got to give ourselves to this struggle until the end. Nothing would be more tragic than to stop at this point in Memphis.
Hold up. Hold up. He gonna get this work. He gonna get this work. Hold up.
Yeah. Yeah. YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. This is episode 1 of, I'm gonna just call it Never Existed. I'm not gonna name everybody every time I fucking do the title. So this is episode 1 of Never Existed. And I'm basically saying that there was no Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Paul, or Muhammad. When we look for evidence of these people, interpolations, forgeries, redactions, mythology, fiction, superstition, folklore, colonialism, coercion, it's just straight up lies and fiction made up by the mosque, the church, the papacy, all of it, you know. And yeah. So I'm here to just test what I got, see what I got, see if it lines up, see if it holds up to scrutiny. Like I try to tell people, if new information comes out and I'm wrong, I'll change my answers. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing. So if you have evidence that these people existed, or you just you're curious about what isn't evidence of these people, go ahead and come up. Make sure y'all tapping the screen. Damn, they doing good. Make sure y'all tapping the screen over on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up button. Super chats. Support the live. Send the gifts. Get your heart me. Get a rose. It count as 1 diamond. 2 coins is 1 diamond, so you only need 2. If you get your heart me and you get a rose, that's 1 diamond. And it counts towards my ranking on the live shit. So yeah, in that order. Yeah. How old are you? Are you a Christian, Muslim, Hebrew Israelite, atheist, or something else? And who you want to talk about?
I'm 65 and I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about Jesus.
Right. You're black?
All Hebrew Israelites are.
Yeah. You know what the Levant is?
Sure I do.
Mm-hmm. You know the Bible tells you where the
I'm
Israelites are
sorry.
from.
Qualifying question. How old are you?
56.
Okay.
You know the
Go
Bible
ahead.
the Bible tells you who the Israelites' fathers are. It tells you who their dad is and where he's from.
Oh, judging by your prompt, I didn't know that you actually read the Bible. But yes, I do know the
Yeah.
Bible does say that.
So my regular scheduled programming is black people should not be Christians, Muslims, or Hebrew Israelites. That's the topic I usually run. But
That's
this is
that's a
literally
rather ignorant statement.
yeah, this is a episode 1 of this. So this is my first time running this one. But I just wanted to ask, since you're a Hebrew Israelite, did you know that the Bible tells you who they are?
It tells you who they are and it tells you who they are not.
Right. Their Bible their father was a wandering Aramaean, according to Deuteronomy 26, verse 5. And when you look up the haplogroup of the Aramaean people, it's J haplogroup. And when you look up the haplogroup of African people and black people, it's E1B1 or E1B1A. And so what we know about haplogroups is that the E, the B, and the A predate the J. Therefore, a person who is of African descent cannot be a son or daughter of a person with J haplogroup. Because
Okay.
not only do we predate them, but we're from a different part of the globe.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now,
Yeah. So we cannot be them based on we cannot be them based on geography, location, history, culture, religion, migration pattern, nothing. We cannot be them.
That's wonderful. Now listen, when you use terms like black and African,
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Am I going to be allowed to finish or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when you use terms like black and African and you put it in this bowl that you like to use called we, guess what? That's where you already messed up, son. Because what is black? Please tell me what black is.
No. If you don't know what black, if you don't know what
qualified for this conversation, have a good day.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't know what black is, if I got to explain to you what it means to be black, just don't worry about it. You're the same person referring to yourself as an Hebrew Israelite. The name literally means to wrestle with the Most High of the Canaanite pantheon. The Most High is El. You have referred to yourself as a Hebrew, which is a language, Israelite, which means to wrestle with God. Not only are your people not Hebrew, not only did they not worship El, but you're not a descendant of Jacob. So you got a problem with the word black, but you're referring to yourself as a Hebrew Semitic person that wrestles with El. That's strange behavior for African sub-Saharan black people. Strange behavior. Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites, that got started in the 19th century. There was no Hebrew Israelites at first. That's fiction. Now, back to what I was saying, if you think these people existed and you have evidence of their existence, come on. Moses and Abraham are pretty much, there's nothing to defend there. That's straight up fiction. Nobody in Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, none of these people walk this earth in human form. All fiction, made up. So, I mean, you would literally have to do God's work to prove those two existed. Jesus, Paul, and Muhammad, it's a little bit different because they got a little bit more tradition, a little bit more forgeries, a little bit more interpolation. So it's a little bit different, but it's all the same. I was looking into this guy. His name is T.C. Schmidt or Schmidt, whatever. I was talking about him with Aaron and Be Easy, but I had to do a little bit more digging to see why he said that the entire Testimonium Flavianum was authentic. And he's using a medieval copy of the Testimonium that does not predate Eusebius to say that the Testimonium is authentic, but the version of the Testimonium Flavianum that he's reading is not only held by Christians, but it comes after it comes after when Eusebius is quoting it. That copy of the Testimonium, it comes after the earliest mention of the Testimonium. And so I was gonna get his book, but that motherfucker like $100. And bro, I'm not, bro, you're an apologist. I'm not paying $100 for your book, but I will try to see what your claim is and what you're using to say it. And it just, that's like the latest polemic or apologetic on the Testimonium is T.C. Schmidt. And it ain't if you can get one and send it to me in the Discord or something, that'd be cool, Aaron. But I was gonna get the book. I'm like, damn, nigga, it could have been like a little 40-piece, 20-piece. I'm not paying $100 to read a Christian apologist book on some bullshit. No. Now that bitch was on Kindle, I would have had it already. Right. Also, speaking of books, I have a short. It's not a lot, but it's just a short bibliography that was put together by Nicole over on the Discord, where you can get your eyes on some books to read. If you want the bibliography, send Nicole a message or send me a message and we'll get you in the fucking the Discord. Thank you. Legacy. How old are you? Are you a Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite, atheist, something else? And who you want to talk about?
32, something else still. Believe in all religion, believe in God. But yeah.
You believe in all religions?
I believe all religions got some essence or some presence to it, some truth to it. All come from the same core.
There's nothing true about coercion, colonialism, and propaganda.
What you got to understand is before there was religion, there was man and God. So for you to
that's literally what a religion is. You just said before religion there was religion.
No, God's never said to worship me is religion. God's never said that.
God is a white man from Scandinavia.
Okay. Number one, I think you're confusing the Trinity and in the people's. No, hold on. Slow down.
No,
you just asked me what religion I was. I told you I was, but you
just mentioned the Trinity. The Trinity is that's a Christian thing.
Bro, okay. The reason
are you a Christian or not, bro? Let's just get to it.
Let me talk.
Are you a Christian or not?
Are you going to let me speak?
Are you a Christian or not?
No. Can I speak?
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
Oh, brother. If this is a thing where you ask me a question and answer and you just talk.
That's what this is because I'm the host. You got to answer the questions to get into the conversation.
You ask the question so no one can ask you no questions.
You got to answer my questions first. I'm trying to identify who you...
Bro, slow down. I'm trying to keep up with your pace.
No.
I'm not trying to be rude, but when you say one thing,
I'm asking you simple questions. I asked you for your age and your religion and who you want to talk about, and you talking about God before that was man and God before religion. You fucked the conversation up. So let's try it again. Are you a fucking Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite, or something else? And who do you want to talk about? Go. Not about to play this game with you niggas. No. You fucked the conversation up, nigga. You know which one of these categories
you me a nigga and you're swearing at me. Brother, you ain't got no respect.
Are you a Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite, or something else?
I'm older to you. Don't call me no nigga.
I'm 56.
And don't be swearing at me. Show me respect and I'll show you respect. That's how we work it, yeah?
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
Brother, you listen to me. Ask me a question and answer you.
Your Lord and
that's how we move on. You do not swear at me and you do not call me a nigga. You get that straight. We honest?
I got you. Yeah. Tell your mom to call me. Put something in her line. Don't go on Teacup. Come on. You requested up, didn't it?
No, God. She said, my boy, you good?
Yes. How old are you? Listen, I'm not asking you for your specific interpretation of what the religion is. I'm just asking you what would you be identified as in general? Are you
What me?
fucking Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite, atheist, something else?
Let's calm down first. You know, I'm 22. I'm a Christian and I believe in Jesus Christ. That's my Lord and
Cool.
Savior.
Who do you want to talk about first, or do you want to talk about one? Who do you want to
Jesus
talk
Christ.
about? Okay. Jesus Christ never existed. There's no evidence. Everything that they have is a forgery and interpolation, and it's church tradition that was made up after the fact. What do you got?
Okay, regardless of the religious effect of
This is not a conversation. Listen, y'all do not want to talk about God. I promise y'all don't, because I know God. Don't bring up God. This is a conversation about Jesus. If you bring up God, I'm gonna hold your feet to the God, and then we're not gonna get nowhere. God is a white man from Germany and Europe and Denmark. Stop talking about God. Let's talk about Jesus.
I'm saying regardless of whether people believe that Jesus is God or not, Jesus Christ was a real person.
And what is your evidence for Jesus Christ being a real person?
Roman manuscripts, non-biased historical evidence.
Sir, what manuscripts?
So you have manuscripts dated down to censuses. So a census which was taken during the Roman Empire of people that were born and also died.
Ain't no evidence of no census taken that mentions no Jesus during that time period. No.
Regardless of whether you believe
no, stop. The census that's mentioned in the Gospels, there's no evidence of that shit.
But it's not in the Bible. A census isn't in the Bible. A census is taken.
Hold up. So they got a census. Mentioning Jesus, and ain't nobody brought this to the forefront. Where is that? What it's called? Let me look it up.
Search up a census. Search up Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate was also the governing person of Israel during a time.
Okay, hold up. You got Gotham in your background. You're gonna have to go somewhere a little more quiet. Once you get somewhere stable where there ain't no crime in the background, then we can talk.
That's the whole of the UK, bro. But it's a bit more stable now. Like I'm saying.
Pontius Pilate was a real person. We have evidence of Pontius Pilate. We don't have evidence of him talking about Jesus, him mentioning a Jesus, him crucifying a Jesus. We don't have evidence of that.
If you read the manuscripts that he gave of his own estate, whatever, regardless, it doesn't say that he believes Jesus Christ is God. However,
the Pilate stone does not mention Jesus. And if there's a letter they're saying Pontius Pilate wrote mentioning Jesus, it's a forgery. It's a later forgery, literally.
Forgery, because it doesn't state that. Because in his letter, he doesn't state that Jesus Christ is God. He doesn't state that Jesus Christ is any religious person.
Sir, Pontius Pilate never wrote about Jesus, bro. Let's just stop.
I can bring the evidence up if you want, and I can send you the link. Are you happy with that? It's up to you. Because I'm coming to you from a non-religious fact from outside of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Historical evidence that's not religious based biased. Because I'm not going to talk about any of the other ones. I'm talking about the one I know.
Yeah, so apparently the letters of Pontius Pilate refer to a collection of ancient apocryphal documents. These are reported by Justin Martyr and Tertullian, claim that Pilate sent an official report to Emperor Tiberius. No, these are forged. These people that mentions these letters are in the fucking second. Brother, what's going on? Are you a police officer? What's happening? My God.
Hey, can you hear me now, yeah?
What is that beeping?
Bro, I have no idea.
All right, DJ.
No, my bad. But yeah.
Yeah, those like letters are forgeries, sir.
Wow. Okay, so
Christians and church fathers, and they're known for forgeries and interpolation. You can't.
I'm not gonna sit here and dispute that. I can agree to an extent that certain things are forgery. However,
you're gonna trust some shit from the second and the third century that's talking about some apocryphal forged letters. They saying Pontius Pilate didn't write this shit. Do he know he wrote it?
Yes, because Pontius. So during that time, people like governors wouldn't write their own letters. They would have
fabrications, sir. Fabrications. He didn't write that.
All right, bro. You know what? Yeah, bro. Have a good day. And you're not.
Is that your only evidence for Jesus? Is some forged letters?
No, there's more than that. But obviously,
okay. What is it?
Any
You're not open because these are clearly fabrications, brother. This nigga talking about fucking no. Nobody want to try Muhammad? I want to try Muhammad. I want to just see how I do. You know, I ain't got a chance to do the Muhammad shtick yet. I want to try Muhammad, bro. If you think Muhammad was a real person, come on. Even if, you know, you're going to fucking lose probably, but, you know, I just want to try it out, see how I do. You know, got to get my shit together with the Muhammad thing. So if you think Muhammad was real, you can come on. Nobody want to try Muhammad. Even if you're not a fucking a Muslim,
yo,
we can still try it.
I'm not Muslim, but let me try Muhammad.
Hold up. How old are you?
19. I've been here already. I've been on your live before.
You're a Christian, Muslim, Hebrew Israelite?
Neither. I'm just agnostic at this point.
Okay. Who do you think existed on the list? Damn, I ain't mean to press that.
I think Jesus existed on the list, but I want to try to prove Muhammad, to be honest.
You want to try to prove Muhammad?
Yeah.
Let's do it. I want to try it out. Let's see. So okay. What do you? Okay, I guess I would say, why do you think he was a real person?
Like the Muslims have like hadith about him. Like, for example, there's a hadith about like just about like the sunnah of him, like him living and shit. To be honest, they have like basically a book about his life, and there's a seerah about him as well.
So I guess when we look into the hadiths and the seerah, and they're saying that these things are near, or I would say near contemporary or close to, but they're not. They're like 300. They're written like 300 to 600 years later. Actually, we don't have any of those. So let me give you a little I'll preface this by saying that when we're dealing with Muhammad, it's very specific. We're talking about a guy that was born in the 6th century. Who was from Mecca, who went to Medina. The Quran was revealed to him there, and then that's where he started he begins to erupt out of southern Arabia, goes up and conquers and all of that. So for the Muhammad that we're talking about is a very specific character, and these things have to line up, or we're not talking about the same guy. So when we're dealing with these hadiths in the Sirah, which is the biography and the sayings and the eyewitness and stuff like that. The Muslim camp or the Islam, they don't have anything close to the originals of these things. They're saying that they're dated to 700s, 800s, even 600s. And so during that time, they would have been, the people who were writing these things, they would have been inside of the caliphate. They would have had access to better writing materials than like the Christians or whatever like that. And we don't give a fuck about the Christians either, but I'm just using them as a comparison because, you know, the Christians during the first 200, the 2nd century, 3rd century, they were writing on papyrus. You know, that's not as good as writing material as the animal skins that the Muslims would have had access to. And so when we look, they should have these manuscripts of the hadith and stuff like that, and they don't. The earliest manuscripts of those, because I actually went through all of the hadith. Now I can put the name of them. I can't pronounce. I'm gonna butcher the names if you ask me to pronounce them, but I can like try or put them in the chat. And when we go through and we try to find the earliest evidence of these things, they're dating to like the fucking 1200s.
Oh my God.
Which is like we're talking about 500, 600 years later. It's like let me see if I can, because I got some fire notes on the fucking they call it the Sahaba, the eyewitnesses, all that shit. I got some 5 little notes on this shit, gang. And it's like, okay, when we go through when we go through and we try to just date it back. Why don't our earliest manuscripts go to, close to a Muhammad? But it gets worse because,
oh God,
the Muslims are saying everything surrounding Muhammad, it happens in Mecca and Medina, right? There's no evidence of a Mecca or a Medina in the 5th, 6th, or 7th century. It's nothing.
There's no Mecca there? Oh God.
There's no one, there's nothing contemporary that would corroborate Mecca and Medina being the center of the Arabic world where they like a trade hub. They ain't no coins, ain't no inscriptions, ain't no writings, ain't no nothing coming from Mecca or Medina in the 500, 600, 700.
Well, what about Saudi? Like
who?
Saudi Arabia. Like, is there anything from Saudi Arabia?
Because he's from Mecca and Medina. The Muhammad the Muhammad that we're addressing is from they call it the Hijaz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you don't have a Hijaz in the 500s, what do we then? Because like I was telling you earlier, the Muhammad that we're speaking on is a very specific person, a very specific guy. The Muhammad of Islam has to come from Mecca or Medina, or we're not talking about the same guy anymore. But let me keep going. So on top of there not being any contemporary evidence for Mecca or Medina, the people who are writing these hadiths and these sahabas and all this stuff, these people are 1,200 miles away.
Oh my!
Because they're in the caliphate courts in fucking what is today called Baghdad. If you look at a map, Baghdad is 1,200 miles from Mecca and Medina.
Which country is in it? Like, where's Baghdad on that?
I don't fucking know. Shit.
Oh fuck! Okay.
Let me go see. I don't
1,200 miles away. Oh my god.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh, Iran. Okay.
I mean, it's in modern day Iraq, but Iraq didn't exist at that time.
Oh my goodness.
So this would have been like closer up northern Arabia, like where the Persian Empire would have been. You know
I thought the hadiths were a little liable. That's what they said, to be honest.
Well, I mean okay, so just lock in. Now you tell me, does this make sense to you? The guy who compiled the hadith, they're saying that he traveled and he collected 600,000 of these things, right? And then they said he dwindled it down to 7,300.
Oh yeah, like
what's his Alba? Yeah,
Bukhari.
Yeah, they're saying he traveled through the Arabic world collecting these accounts of Muhammad. Nigga, okay. I can't remember shit from yesterday off the dome. You mean to tell me this nigga remembered 600,000 hadiths? and then he dwindled it down to 7,000, and then that's where you get your 7,300 hadiths from. That don't make sense. That sounds like some bullshit.
Yeah, that's probably why it says like he flew on a donkey to heaven.
Yeah. The guy. So it's broken up into like a few different parts. You got the sayings and the teachings, the commentaries on the Quran, the hadiths, the Sahaba, the eyewitness, the Sirah, the biography, and then you got the guy who recorded like the battles of Muhammad. His name is Al-Waqidi. Al-Waqidi. Yeah. Now they're saying that Al-Waqidi is in the 9th century, the 800s, 835. Muhammad dies, according to the tradition, in 632. So the nigga who's writing down the battles of Muhammad is 200 years late. But we don't have nothing from this Al-Waqidi guy. Nothing contemporary. Everything that's citing what Al-Waqidi wrote is between the 11th and the 16th century. So we don't have his map. Listen, we're not talking about BCE times. We talking about the motherfucking medieval period. Niggas had writing material in the medieval period. There's no reason why we don't have these people's writers in the fucking 800s.
Oh,
what?
No, yeah, it's over.
Ain't no excuse. Well, then the Muslims are saying, well, we had oral tradition. Listen, if you believe, if you believe that niggas kept up with a tradition orally for 300 years, 400 years, and then wrote it down, come on. You ever seen a game of telephone? A nigga say cake. It get to the 20th person. That nigga saying battery or some shit. Like, no, bro. No, absolutely not. And so I've studied a little bit of pre-Islamic Byzantine history. And so I think this is the disconnect between people who are saying that this guy existed. They don't know what was happening in the Byzantine Empire right before these Arabs erupted out of
Mm-hmm.
northern Iraq, the Arab world. They don't know what was going on. And when you study Byzantine history, you see that, oh, these Arab armies, they would have had motive to attack the Byzantine Empire, and they would have been Christian. That's my argument is that when I looked into the history of like the Byzantine Roman Empire between like the medieval period or like we'll say like the 400, I'll say 300s forward, when you study the history of Christendom, and then you see how it aligns right with the rise of what they're calling Islam. They're not mutually exclusive. They go together. You see, remember I told you, everybody that's writing, or all of these people who are coming up with these writings about Muhammad, they're from the northern part of the Arabic world, closer, like from modern day Iraq, and stuff like that.
Okay.
The Arabs living in the northern part of the Arabic world before Islam, they was Christians.
Yeah.
And so, I'll get into it or whatever, but like basically, are you familiar with the first 7 ecumenical councils of Christianity?
No, not really. No.
So basically, I know you know about the Council of Nicaea. Everybody everybody know about the Council of Nicaea, where they were arguing over the Father, the Son, one and the same. Okay, they come up with the homogeneous creed. What people fail to understand is the Nicene Council is not the end of something; it is the beginning of something. Because the Christians, they had, I think in total it was like 21 ecumenical councils, but the first 7 really shows you the picture. It paints the picture of why there would have been Arab armies attacking the Byzantine Empire. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. It goes together. And so when you follow the first 7 ecumenical councils from Nicaea to Constantinople 1 to Ephesus to Chalcedon, Constantinople 2, Constantinople 3, Nicaea 2, when you follow these different ecumenical councils, you have Christians fighting and persecuting other Christians over the nature and the Christology of Jesus. But there's a turning point that happens in 451 at the Council of Chalcedon, where basically, so in 431, the Byzantine Roman Empire, they were trying to get rid of Nestorius, because Nestorius, he could not accept that Mary was the mother of God.
Yeah,
he couldn't accept the Theotokos, so they had the Council of Ephesus to get rid of him. And then 20 years later, they have the Council of Chalcedon in 451 to get rid of a man by the name of Eutyches. Eutyches is the father of what they call monophysitism. And so monophysitism is the belief that Jesus Christ, human nature, has been absorbed by his God nature. There is no, right, they didn't accept that, Jesus Christ, because the Council of Chalcedon says that Jesus Christ is fully man and fully God. There are Christians who could not accept that.
Makes sense.
Right. And so those Christians begin to rebel. It gets violent. It gets bloody. They're persecuted. Rome excommunicates. Rome is excommunicating clergy, exiling motherfuckers, persecuting motherfuckers, executing motherfuckers over these Christological disputes. And so you come up to the Roman emperor by the name of Justinian I in I'm gonna say the 500s, 525, 535. You come up to a man by the name of Justinian I, and so during Justinian, okay, I got to go a little bit earlier. So right before Justinian becomes the Byzantine Roman emperor, you have an emperor by the name of Anastasius. Anastasius. He is the Byzantine Roman emperor that he stopped the gladiator competitions in the Hippodrome Stadium. Now, when he stopped the gladiator competitions in the Hippodrome Stadium, this caused a lot of turmoil between what's known as the Greens and the Blues. When you look up the Greens and the Blues, these were like think of like a gang today, like a football team. The Falcons don't like the Saints, right? They're rivals. So the Greens and the Blues would sit on the opposite side of the stadium and watch the gladiator competitions between their competitors or whatever. And the Roman emperor, he stopped it. And when he stopped it, the Greens and the Blues were very upset about that. And like I think like 20 years later, Justinian comes to power, and there was a dispute that broke out between the Greens and the Blues. And I think the Roman Empire had punished the leader of both factions. And when they did that, them motherfuckers rose up, and it's known in history as the Nika riots, Nikka riots. And when you look this up, it was a fucking bloodbath. It was a week-long bloodbath in the double-walled city of Constantinople, where the Byzantine Roman Empire were unaliving these Greens and Blues. Just stay with me because it gets better. So boom, the Greens and the Blues band together for a small instance to rebel against the Roman Empire, and Justinian sent his army general Belisarius, that's his name, Belisarius, something like that, where they locked 30,000 people into the Hippodrome Stadium and massacred them all. That's what they did. Why am I telling you this story? Because the Blues, the two factions were broken up. The Blues were your Chalcedonian, Diophysitic, Byzantine Roman Christians, and your Greens were your Monophysite Christians. And so what had happened after the riot was they had massacred these people, they persecuted them, and some of them fled, right? Some of them escaped or whatever like that. And so right after the Nika riots, Justinian held what's known as the Council of 532. And you look up the Council of 532, they were trying to reconcile the Monophysites to Chalcedonian. They wanted to unite Christendom. So they were trying to reconcile these Monophysites. There's an Arab king, a prince, I think, is a king or a prince, who he asked Empress Theodora to send someone to spread Christianity to his Arab kingdom known as the Ghassanids. That's what he asked her to do. And so what she did was that she could, because Justinian was Justinian accepted the Council of Chalcedon. He was a Diophysitic Christian, and Theodora, she sympathized with the Monophysites. So when this king asked her to send someone to evangelize, she hopped right on it. And she sent them. If you look over there today in Syria, they have what's known as the Jacobite Church. The Jacobite Church is named after the man that she sent to spread Monophysite Christianity to the Arabs, the Arab buffer state known as the Ghassanids. And so Jacob Bardaeus went and he ordained ministers and priests. He created clergy. They said that they built the first Monophysite church. It was built in Syria under Jacob Bardaeus. They started spreading this version of Christianity to these Arab people. But remember, the Byzantine Roman Empire is actively persecuting this version of Christianity. And so now you have Arabs who are practicing the version of Christianity that the Byzantine Roman Empire is actively trying to destroy. Okay, boom. As we modulate, we're going to skip some steps. We go from Justinian and Jacob Bardaeus spreading this version of Christianity to the Arabs. You jump to a man by the name of a Roman emperor by the name of Heraclius I. Now, mind you, from Justinian to Heraclius, you still have the Byzantine Roman Empire trying to reconcile these fucking Monophysites. Some of them tried to like create different doctrine that would appease them. Some of them tried to get rid of it outright. And we come up to Roman Emperor Heraclius I, where now, mind you, as these things are happening, there's the Roman-Persian wars going on between the Romans and the Persians. The Persians have a Christian buffer state, and the Romans have a Christian buffer state. Both of the buffer states are Arab Christians. So we have Arab Christians being used by the Roman Empire versus Arab Christians being used by the Persian Empire, forced to fight each other. The Christians who were inside of the Persian Empire, they worship or they practice Nestorianism, which is the Church of the East. They were called the Lakhmids. The Christians who was used by Rome, they were the Ghassanids. They practiced Monophysite Christianity. Now, Monophysitism and Nestorianism, they're like opposite extremes. But needless to say, you have Arab Christians versus Arab Christians being used by opposite sides of the big dog war between the Romans and the Persians. So boom, we modulate to Heraclius I. He comes out with a doctrine that, you know, the Arab Christians did not agree with. It's called the Ectheis, Ectheis. He comes out with that. And right after he comes out with that, you see those Arab armies start to erupt and attack the Byzantine Roman Empire. And I'm saying that those Arab armies that was attacking them were Christians. And why am I saying that? Why am I saying that? Because if Muhammad is born in 570 in a city that never existed, he cannot be the leader of these Arab armies because he's 1,200 miles away. Because the Arab army, if you look up the references to a Muhammad that they're saying is evidence of a Muhammad, they're talking about Arabs versus Romans, but they're not mentioning the Prophet of Islam. They're talking about someone else, and I can get into that. But these battles begin to take place in like 634, 636. Muhammad dies according to the story, Muhammad dies in 632. So the Muhammad or the Mahmed that they're talking about in these references to this Arab leader, to this prophet, it cannot be him because he's already dead.
Yeah.
He's wasn't no Muhammad in 640 because according to the story, he dies in 632. So when they're writing about an Arab leader attacking the Byzantine Roman Empire, it cannot be him. And so, but we do have Arab armies or militaristic Arabs who would have had motive to do these things because they're literally getting actively persecuted by the motherfucking Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm saying that because mind you, if I it's like this. If I convert to Islam and Islam's fight against Christians, because I'm a Muslim, I'm gonna fight against Christians too. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a violent fucking Saracen, I'm a violent Arab man, and I done been monophysitism has been spread to my area, and the monophysites are fighting against the Christians because I'm a monophysite. Who I'm gonna attack? I'm gonna attack the motherfucker that's attacking my people, which is what they did. I'm saying that these different Christian Arab armies banded together and attacked the Byzantine Roman Empire, and in history they're calling them Muslims, but it wasn't there's no mention of Islam, Muslims, Muhammad, the Quran. None of that is mentioned in the 500s or the 600s or the early part of the 8th century. None of that. And then the word used to refer to this prophet or this leader, it is not a name, it's an alias, it's a title.
Oh yeah, like
it's a title. It's a title that is given to a person, not a like, you know how they call Jesus, they call him Jesus Christ. But Jesus Christ is not Christ is not a last name, it's a title.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that the name Muhammad, it's a name today. Niggas are literally named Muhammad today.
Yeah.
But it was not a name, it was a fucking alias or a title given at that time.
Okay.
And so when you look at the word used is MHMD because written Arabic had no vowels. They didn't have the U's and the A's at first. So it wouldn't have been Muhammad that was mentioned. And it's not Muhammad that's mentioned in these evidences for the Muhammad. It's not a Muhammad that's mentioned. They're mentioning the Mahmed. And when you look at what the Mahmed is prior to Islam, the Mahmed is the praised one, the most beloved one. And in some instances, the Mahmed is the anointed one, or the Messiah, or the motherfucking Christ. Why are pre-Islamic Arabs referring to? Because we've already established that there was no Mecca, there was no Medina, there is no evidence of this tradition of Muhammad at that time. So who is this Mahmed guy, or who is this leader that they're referring to? Now we know that the Jews was waiting on the Messiah, and the Christians believe that the Messiah already came. And we know And this is the third part that don't get talked about. The Arabs trace their genealogy back to the first son of Abraham, which is Ishmael.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that Ishmael, they're saying that because if you read Genesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Abraham's wife Sarah could not bear children, so he has a son with Hagar.
Mm-hmm.
Hagar has Ishmael, and then Sarah has Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so according to the Muslims, they're saying that Adam and Eve set up the first Kaaba in Mecca, and then Abraham took Hagar and Ishmael and rebuilt the Kaaba in Mecca.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying that Mecca is not only the first city, but the most important city in human history. That's what they're saying. And they trace their genealogy to Ishmael.
Okay.
And so it's kind of like think of like I hate to say this, but it's like an Arab version of Judaism in a way. It's like the Arabs are basically claiming to be the first Jews. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they're saying that Ishmael was first.
Yeah.
But according to the story, Abraham promised everything to Isaac.
Yeah.
But technically, Ishmael was first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So boom. They're saying that Abraham and Hagar they took their son Ishmael and set up rebuilt the Kaaba in Mecca. But so these pre-Islamic Arabs would have either been Monophysite Christians, or the people who wrote about them called them Ishmaelites or Hagarenes, some shit like that. Those are the only two options.
Mm-hmm.
Either you're polytheistic, you're Ishmaelite, or you're a Christian. Those were the only options for pre-Islamic Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
But we can weasel we talking about these Arab armies. We can weasel out the polytheism because they was waiting on they was talking about the motherfucking Mahmed. The Mahmed is the praised one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, either they're saying that the praised one has already came or he's yet to come. And I'm pretty sure, just like if you look at the Jewish Roman wars, every weekend a new Jew was saying he's the Messiah. I'm betting my fucking bottom dollar them Arabs did the same thing.
Yeah.
And so they're saying that Muhammad dies in May of 632, but these armies rise up in June of 632.
Mm-hmm.
But Muhammad is from Mecca. Muhammad is from Mecca, goes to Medina.
Mm-hmm.
The armies come out of fucking Baghdad or northern Iraq, closer to the Byzantine Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a name for that area between the edge. Let me see if I can find the name. I had wrote it down, but I know it was like a marginal note, so I got to look it up. Just don't hold up. Stay with me. Area between.
Damn. There really is no evidence for this bum, Muhammad.
It's a word. Let me see what it's called. Oh.
Real already and you're wrong. So you don't exist. No, it's a rock foundation, not wood.
No, it's another word for it. It's something else they call it.
Like cop, like what? What it is?
I know it starts with an H.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can fuck. Yeah.
It's a rough foundation, not wood. Okay.
Because I need to give you a word to look up. It's gonna put it on a map so you can see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it on my thing. Wait.
Damn. So I can just say, like, whenever the core hadith be like, oh, there's no evidence for that nonsense.
Well, because they wrote it down, but it's like the manuscripts are late. Oh shit, my bad. The manuscripts are late.
Yo, that's crazy, man. Well, why don't they ever actually record their stuff, man? Stupid.
Because I'm assuming that they probably wrote it down and redacted the shit, and it gets worse because Their earliest, they're saying that the oldest biography, everything they know about Muhammad comes from a guy by the name of Ibn Ashaq. But we don't have any of his writings. And the guy who wrote down what Ibn Ashaq said, his name is Ibn Hisham. We don't have any of his writings either. And so the guy that's writing down what, because remember, Ibn Hisham is writing down what Ibn Ashaq said, and we don't have anything from either of them. And the guy that's writing down what Ibn Hisham says, we don't have anything from him. The earliest manuscripts date to fucking 11th century, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see.
Yeah, I think they started making shit up. They probably started making shit up after he died.
But it gets worse. The guy who actually wrote it down and put it in a book called The Life of Muhammad, he wrote that shit in the fucking the 18th or the 19th century.
Oh my God.
And it gets worse because the manuscripts he's using are from the 1200s and the 1100s. So we don't, but listen, from Ibn Hisham all the way to the fucking Dutch and the German guy, why aren't there any Arabs putting together that biography of Muhammad? We don't have it. They didn't know what is a guy by the name of Al-Tabari. They didn't think to put the shit together or write it down prior to a guy by the name of Alfred Gulam. They didn't know what the fuck those guys said until he put it together and wrote it down. But I'm trying to find this area on the map because I had it. I had it right here for you. Hold on. Is this it?
Damn.
That ain't it.
Well, that's really annoying. That's for nothing.
But anyway, if you look on the map and you type in the Lakhmids and the Ghassanids, those that would have been that's where they saying that these. If you look up the references to the Muhammad, to the battles, to the contemporary non-Muslim mentions of Muhammad, it's actually not about Muhammad, and the battles that they are referring to happen right after Heraclius I published the Ectheus. It happens in the region. It happens in the region that he let, because Heraclius I, he backed out and he stopped sending subsidies to the Ghassanids. See, the Roman Empire paid the Ghassanids and the Persian Empire paid the Lakhmids. But after the Roman Persian wars, both of those empires were kind of weakened. I'm saying that Heraclius stopped paying the Ghassanids, the Persians stopped paying the Lakhmids. Now we got broke Arabs who've been fighting for you niggas, and y'all both cut them off. They had every reason to band together under the Mahmud, which is the Messiah, which is the known, and go attack. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. And when you look at these references by, they're saying that, I butcher this name every time. They call it the Doctrina Akobai, the Thomas the Presbyter. They got a Syriac flyleaf, and they got the Coptic bishop John of Niku. And when you look into these references to the Mahmud, it's not talking about the Muhammad of Islam. It cannot be talking about the Muhammad of Islam. And mind you, these are in the 630s. Right after Heraclius I published the Ectheus, and it's in the 640s. The dude was already dead. It's not about him.
Okay.
But I'm trying to find his region on the map.
About then? Which?
Well, what was that? I can't find it. Man, I thought I had that word. It's all right though. I don't know what I did with it, but basically, yeah, but yeah, those battles that take place, and they're mentioning a Mahmud. It wasn't the guy of Islam. That guy didn't exist. And how we know that? How we know? Because there's a dude who's writing in the 8th century. He's writing in the 730s. His name is John of Damascus. And he comes out with the heresy of the Ishmaelites, or something, what that bitch called. He comes out with this in 730, where he's saying that the religion of the Arabs, because he doesn't mention Muhammad, he doesn't mention Islam, and he doesn't mention the Quran. He's talking about let me read what he says. He says, He says, and from that time until now, a false prophet called Mahomet sprung up among them, who after conversing with an Arian monk concerning the Old and New Testament, fabricated his own heresy. That's what John of Damascus writes in 730 AD. I mean CE. We don't use AD because ain't no in the year of our Lord over here. Yes. And so he's writing this about, he's basically saying that the religion that these Arabs are practicing, it starts off as a Christian heresy. That's what he's saying. He doesn't mention Islam. He doesn't mention Muslims. He mentions Ishmaelites, or he mentions the Mahomet. But remember, that's not a name, that's a title. And so I'm pretty sure that whoever was leading these armies, the Arabs looked at him as the Messiah to come, the praised, because that's what the name means, the praised one, the blessed one. I'm pretty sure they looked at him as the praised one. And mind you, that name is mentioned 11 times in the Hebrew Bible. And so basically the I guess the medieval Christians, they used the Song of Songs, the Mahomet that's mentioned in the Song of Songs. They said it was a precursor for Jesus.
Uh-huh.
And in 523, they have a Jewish rock inscription. It's called the Himmeraic. Yeah, it's called the Jewish Yaritic inscription of 523. And when you look up that inscription, it has by the Lord of the Jews, by the MHMD, by the Mahomet. So even in 523 CE, Jews are using this to refer to something else. It's not talking about Muhammad, but it's the Mahomet. This is the same MHMD that is used in those other references to this Arab prophet that everybody else is mentioning. It's talking about the Mahomet. Now, let me tell you what happens in 632. Because we're talking about Heraclius 1. Let me tell you what else he did. He had a empire-wide forced baptism of all Jews. That's what he had. Meaning he forced baptism. Because remember, Heraclius 1 is a Christian. If you look at what he did in 632, I have it. Yes, in 632, Heraclius forced baptisms on Jews in the Byzantine Empire. Listen now. Who in 523, you got inscriptions of by the Lord of the Jews, by the Mahomet. So the Jews is talking about the Mahomet. Maybe like 100 years, literally 100 years later, 632, the Byzantine Roman Empire has a nationwide forced baptism on all Jews. And right after that, he comes out with the Ektheists, and those fucking Arab armies sprang up. That's not a coincidence. That ain't just the niggas. That ain't that shit. Listen, the shit runs together. It runs together so smooth, and it makes the most sense. He forces the Jews to be baptized. He forces the Jews to be baptized. He cuts the funding to the Ghassanids, which are monophysite Christians, and he comes out with the Ektheists. Right before all this shit happens, right after he does these three things: force baptism on all Jews, cut the money off from the Ghassanids, and he comes out with the Ektheists. And then you get those Arab armies springing up in the name of the Mahomet.
So yeah, this guy's just finished. Damn, I thought the hadiths were something, but I guess it's just nonsense.
I mean, they are something, but they're late. And it's just like Jesus. We can't. I mean, if Irenaeus in 180 is talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but nobody before him is talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we can't go off a nigga that's damn near 200 years late. No. Where is the contemporary mention of a Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Jesus, Paul? You don't have nothing.
Yeah.
And so if by the same standard we're saying, oh, that shit didn't exist because nobody mentions it. The shit for Muhammad, remember, they're saying is written in the 8th and the 7th century, but the manuscripts date to the motherfucking 13th. Nigga,
that's crazy.
If the earliest mentions of Jesus was in the motherfucking 9th century,
oh God,
it'd be
finished.
Right. And so what I'm saying is the mentions of Muhammad is later than the mentions of Jesus.
Oh, so they're actually baked.
Because the traditions of Jesus is 33.
Oh yeah, like 33,
the tradition,
like 70.
The tradition of Paul is like 50s, 40s, and the tradition of the Gospels is like 70s, right after the destruction of the Second Temple.
Okay.
But we don't start to get manuscripts. The earliest manuscript, which is that shit from that P52 shit, it dates to the 200s, late 2nd century, early 3rd century. That's like what 30s. That's like 170 years later. Fine. Yeah. The shit for Muhammad is later than that.
Yeah. How many years is that? Like 400? Like 400?
Well, because Muhammad dies in 632, and the people that they're saying are eyewitness and contemporary. This shit is written down in the tradition is that it's written down in the 9th century. That's 300 years later.
Oh my God.
And then the mentions of a Muhammad between 632 and when the shit is actually written down, it's talking about a motherfucking anointed one.
Oh yeah, it's not.
But and then, brother, there's a book. Listen, there's a book that. Oh my God! I mean, this book. I'm gonna move on in a minute. This book is pretty much the nail in the coffin because there's a book. It's called "Did Muhammad Exist?" and it's written by Robert Spencer. And in the chapter, there's a chapter he writes, and it's called "Jesus the Muhammad."
What?
It's a chapter in his book. Let me see. It's chapter 3 is Jesus the Muhammad. And if you go and read that chapter of this book, he has images of the coins that these Arab army, these caliphates, he has images of the coins that they use.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what's on the fucking coins?
What's on the coin? Like
just guess.
An image of Muhammad or
crosses, nigga.
Oh God.
So the Islamic Caliphate got crosses on their coins. During these like in the 7th century, they got crosses on the coin. Why? But see, this don't make sense to a nigga who don't know about Byzantine history, who ain't looked into the Lakhmids and the Ghassanids and these Arab armies and what Heraclius won. It don't make sense why these Arab armies, these caliphates got crosses on coins. But I'm saying it's because these niggas are monophysites. These niggas are monophysite Christians who had every reason, because we talking about getting cut, your money getting cut out. They had every reason to attack them niggas, and they did.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
oh God, their Muslims are finished. Like that's sad. That's sad. How do you do worse than Christians?
Now, mind you, we're talking lock in now. Why would if because we talking about Islam don't play that shit. You can't make images. We ain't doing no crosses. Jesus is not the Messiah. Why the fuck would Arab with these? Because remember, hold up, slow down, lock in with me. The tradition is that the Quran is fully formed by 661. The Quran says Jesus is not the Messiah. The Quran says that Jesus did not die on no cross. Why the fuck is Muslim armies in the 7th century got crosses on their coins if they're strict? Islam is strict monotheism. They don't play that shit.
Yeah.
Why do they have crosses on their coins? Mind you, they're attacking the Byzantine, Roman, Chalcedonian, Diophysitic Christian Empire as we speaking about it. They're attacking, they're fighting against Christians with crosses on their coins. All right. You believe what you want, but lock in. That's all I'm saying. Lock in. It don't make sense. Because where is a verse? It's verses in the Quran that says Jesus is not the Muhammad. Jesus is not the Messiah.
No, they believe some shit about Jesus Messiah, but
that's what I'm saying. But he's not the Son of God. I mean, he's not the Son of God.
Okay.
And mind you, Now just lock in with me now. I'm gonna show you something that's gonna show you that this shit go together. In Islam, you're not allowed to make images of the prophet, right?
Yeah.
The Monophysites the Monophysites were mad because the Byzantine Christian Empire, they had images of Jesus. The Monophysites did not like images of Jesus because they said what? Jesus had no human nature no more. So if you look up what's called iconoclasm, where you have Christians, listen to me now, you have Christians fighting over whether or not you can make images of Jesus inside of the Byzantine Roman. They're arguing over images of Jesus. It's called image breaking. The word iconoclasm is image breaking. They're saying that you can't make images of Jesus because his human nature has been absorbed. And what's the only religion where you can't make images of the prophet at? What's the only religion you do that in? That's Islam. Why would Arabs say you can't make images of the prophet of Islam? Because they are that shit is Islam comes out of what's known in history as Monophysite Christianity. And it did not exist in the 6th or the 7th century. It didn't exist yet. The Muhammad of tradition did not walk this earth, and those Arab armies, I'm saying that they was Christians. Everything points to them being Christians. There's another book. It's called The Historical Origins of Islam. It's written by Walter Williams. And he takes you through, and also a lot of this stuff is found in the Shorter Encyclopedia of Islam and the Catholic Encyclopedia. They have a lot of these names, these dates, these councils, these references. There's so many books on this shit. I'm reading a book right now about Justinian and Theodora. It's literally titled, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull it up. It's literally titled, I'm reading a book right now on my fucking Kindle. And it's titled The Age of Justinian and the Age of Justinian and Theodora, a history of the 6th century AD. In this book, it talks about everything I'm saying. Him building the Hagia Sophia, him taking back the ecclesiastical authority from, I think it was Vigilius, him wanting to practice what's known as Hanji did it last night. It's called Cesporium. Damn, I don't got it's called Cesporium. Cesporium is basically no separation of church and state. This is what this Roman emperor wanted. He did not want the separation of church and state. He wanted to control the empire and the clergy under one Roman emperor. This is why his wife was like, well, half of the Christians being monophysite is better than them not being Christians at all. And so that's why she sent that man to go and evangelize to those Arabs. The guy, just so y'all don't think I'm lying, look up Harinth Ibn Gabala. That's the king who told her to do it. Am I mistaken? Yes, that's who told her to do it. Harinth Ibn Gabala. Because remember, they had the Council of the Council of 532 is where he asked her to do it. Or it was either the Council of 532 or right after. He asked her to go and spread Christianity to those Arabs. And that's what she sent that man to do. And he was listen to me, he was the king of the Ghassanids, the motherfucking Arab Christian. Y'all ain't hearing me. I put it together so nice. So boom. It's called Ceasaropapism. Caesaropapism. See, something like that's how you spell it. That's what Justinian was trying to do. And yeah. Even and everything that I've read about Justinian and Theodora says this. This is what Walter Williams wrote in his book. He says, after the riot, Theodora took the suggestion and request of the wealthy Arab prince Harith ibn Gabala in 543 to it was after the council of 532. It says, at the request of the wealthy prince Harith ibn Gabala in 543 to send someone to evangelize among the Europeans and the other non-Africans living in Constantinople and other surrounding areas in that part of the world. Because remember, after the Nika riots, you have these Arabs dispersed, basically. And so he was like, well, come on, send somebody to evangelize to them. And that's what they did. Yep. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah. But let me see. Let me go some. Yeah. And so Heraclius I sought to reconcile the Africans, the Syrians, the Coptics, the Monophysites with Orthodox Christian Church, the Hagia Sophia, because it was built at that time. He says, he adopted the doctrines of monotheletism and monothelitism. And so monothelitism is one will and monothelitism is one energy. So basically, they were saying, well, if you cannot accept the Chalcedonian Creed, which is Jesus Christ has one full God nature, if you can't accept that, can you at least accept he's two different things with one will? They said no. Well, can you accept he's two different things with one energy? They said no. And so this is where they begin to riot and fight. It's violent. This conflict was violent. And how you know it was violent? Because they kept having councils about it. If you look at what's known as the Council of Constantinople III, Byzantine Emperor Constantine IV. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, that's right. So it was the Byzantine Emperor Constantine IV. He had the Council of Constantinople III, and he basically said, fuck the Monophysites, fuck them, the Miaphysites, fuck monothelitism, get rid of it all. We going back to Council of Chalcedon. And nigga, it was a bloodbath. They fighting over this. Yeah. And so that's it. But the evidence for Muhammad is worse than the evidence for Jesus. And so no bullshit.
Yeah, that's sad for them.
You know, they talk about Muhammad like he's the most attested person in history. Yeah, of course he's gonna be the most attested if y'all write some shit in the 13th century.
Yeah, they're cooked.
Yeah, they're definitely cooked. But I wanted to give you like a little rundown. It was really for everybody. So when I run through it with the people that come up, it's kind of like yeah.
Well, what about Moses and Abraham? They're cooked too.
Nigga, Moses wrote about his death. It's cooked. Fucking cooked.
Oh, God.
Abraham is so made up. It don't even make sense. There's a guy. He wrote a book. And was his first. I have it in my thing, but I don't feel like going to look for it. But basically, he wrote about all that shit. All them niggas made up. There's nobody that can I understand if a nigga is saying Jesus was real or Paul was real or Muhammad was real or whatever, but ain't nobody defending Abraham and Moses for real. They can't. They wouldn't dare try.
I swear to God.
But the reason why I got them up there because it kind of plays together. That's really for the Hebrew Israelites, but it plays together because if Abraham and Moses didn't exist, the traditions about Muhammad are lies. Because they said he went to the seven heavens, met Moses, and then came down.
Oh yeah, true.
And then they said Abraham took Hagar and Ishmael to Mecca and set up the first city. So if there was no Abraham and no Moses, the stories about Muhammad are mythology. Off rip, we're dealing with. It's fake anyway, but off rip, we're dealing with fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll try to get some guests up here. I done talk to your ass for a motherfucking 2 hours. It's been an hour for sure. But yeah. So yeah, man, follow me, send a heart me, send a gift. Yeah. No, that person gone. Yeah. I really just want to see like what somebody responds to the shit I'm saying. I just want to hear some responses, maybe. Like what would they say in opposition to what I'm saying if there ain't no evidence for that shit, you know? Yeah. Oh. Everybody, I mean, y'all, I see it was like 6 people in the request. Y'all can come back. I ain't mean to talk y'all ear off like that. My bad. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite, something else.
I'm a Christian, man.
Cool. Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Paul, or Muhammad?
I mean, I'm down to discuss Jesus, Paul, and Muhammad, to be fair.
Oh, you want to do the Trinity? Yeah. Well, shoot you. Who you want to start with first?
I guess we could start with Jesus.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm basically saying that when I looked into what they're using as evidence for Jesus, it's not evidence for Jesus.
So, what do you consider to be valid evidence then?
Something. An inscription, an inscription, a grave site, a tomb.
Anything, right? So you said anything.
Yeah.
What about Josephus's writings? Yo. Yeah, man.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said, what about the writings of Josephus?
Have you looked into the writings of Josephus?
I have.
And what did they say?
So Josephus was a skeptic of Jesus.
No, I'm saying, what have you like looked into the critical scholarship?
Yes, I've looked into the most recent scholarship. Yeah.
And what do the scholars say, and what's the evidence for this being authentic?
The evidence that Josephus is authentic is that his writings match what happened in the time, and I believe the linking is, T.C. Schmidt talked in 2025.
I listen. I knew I had an epiphany. You know what an epiphany is?
I do, and you don't say epiphany like that, but yeah, I do. Yeah,
you don't say like. I thought it was like a revelation of Christ.
It's epiphany, not epiphany, but it's fine.
It's epiphany?
Nope, but it's fine. Keep going.
How you pronounce? Is it? I thought it was an epiphany.
It is, yeah. So,
right. Yeah. So TC, I literally had talked about TC Schmidt right before you came up here.
Did you?
So yeah, because I had looked. Somebody had brought it up to me, and I had went and looked into it. Put some different eyes on it and stuff. TC Schmidt is. He's the latest. He's the latest one that's talking about the
Well, he's not the latest, but he's the latest that has like legitimacy to him.
Yeah. He's saying that the entire passage is authentic to Josephus. That's what he's saying. You feel me? And he's saying that based on like the language used in these is it Syrian copies or Aramaic copies?
Language is one of the metrics used, yes.
Is it I'm trying to get it right. Is it Syrian or Aramaic copies that he's using? I couldn't remember.
I'm unsure off the top of my head.
Because I had just
I ain't gonna lie to you.
I had just okay. He's using Syriac medieval copies of the Testimonium Flavianum. And he's basically looking at the language in it and saying it's not as what's the word I want to use? What's the word I want to use right there? It's not as
authentic. Is that the word you're looking
for? No, not that. He's saying that basically he's saying that the writings are more hostile than originally perceived, because the whole thing with the testimonium is they're saying, "Oh, Josephus would never say that."
Well, that's one of the strengths of using Josephus as proof for Jesus. Why would someone the fact that Josephus this is a non-Christian source, right? Part of the issue with like Christianity, where atheists view Christianity, is that a lot of Christianity would say, well, the Bible proves Christianity, which is true, but they would say that's a Christian source, right? If I was to tell you that the Bible proves that Paul exists because of his writings, you would say, well, that's the Bible, that's a Christian source, correct?
Not even that. I would just say, well, what do we have that would corroborate it outside of the Bible? But hold on.
So yes,
we're gonna go there.
You would say that the Bible isn't a source then, because you just
because the Bible's the
fact you're not taking the Bible as a source means that you do agree that.
Because we would have to see, well, because the Bible is not contemporary to the first century, and
that's not entirely true, but
it has it. Well, you would have to show me who's mentioning a Bible, who's mentioning Paul's. Like, I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that, it's not just because the Bible is the only evidence of it. You would have to give me something outside of the Bible that would push these letters to the first century, and it's nothing.
Well, can I ask, how do you view the Bible? Like, do you view it in the same way as the Quran? Like, how do you view the Bible?
I'm gonna give you. Okay, I'm gonna answer that with a riddle.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna play like this.
That's fine.
According to the Norse Vikings, they're saying that Odin slayed the giant Ymir and created the universe. That's what the people in Scandinavia and Denmark are saying.
Yeah.
How do you view that?
I would view that as tradition. I wouldn't say there's any legitimacy to it.
Now, what if right after let's say they wrote down Odin slayed the giant Ymir and created the universe, and then they start talking about Odin's different battles that he had in Denmark, in Scandinavia.
Yep.
How would you view those battles that Odin had?
Well, I would view them as incorrect. I'd say that they were wrong.
Because their text would have started off with what? Fictional characters.
What you're doing is, I think that what you just showed is that you don't get the Bible. The Bible isn't a text in the way that the Quran or traditions of the Norse are. That's not what the Bible is.
In the beginning, there was nothing. A God-man breathed and everything appeared. That is mythology.
No, that's a claim. That's not an argument, right? So that's you just saying something.
So the Bible in Genesis 1 don't say that.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's mythology. Your claim is that that's mythology. That's a claim.
But
that's factually, that is a claim.
Well, now, I'm saying it's mythology because I understand the cultural and religious anthropology.
No, you're saying that because you think you understand.
No, I'm saying it's mythology because I've looked into the cultural and religious anthropology.
So you're correcting everyone else on the planet wrong?
Hold on.
Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm saying that it is mythology because of what's known as anthropology. Anthropology is the study of ancient people groups, their customs, their systems, and their religions and their deities, why they make them up, where they come from, who their names are. When we look into the anthropology of the deity of the Bible, that is a local tribal deity from the southern Levant of the Shasu people that gets evolved and absorbed into the Canaanite pantheon that then becomes the God of the universe when the Israelites begin to worship him exclusively. That is not something that is objective truth. That is mythology.
What's your source?
Have you ever heard of the Solub temple inscription?
Repeat that, please. I'm going to say
Solub Egyptian temple inscription. It's the earliest known mention of Yahweh. And when you look at the part that mentions Yahweh, it's talking about the Shasu. And when you look up who the Shasu are nomadic desert dwellers from Midian. Now, mind you, there's a few, but it gets worse because there's a few mentions of Yahweh. It's the first couple of, I can pull them up, but the first couple of mentions of Yahweh is the Shasu of Yahweh, Shasu of Yahweh, Shasu of Yahweh. And then I think right around the 800s, you get Yahweh being, you have inscriptions of being blessed by Yahweh and his Asherah. Well, hold up, wait a minute. We just went from Yahweh of Shasu, Shasu of Yahweh, Shasu of Yahweh, and then we jumped to Yahweh and his Asherah blessing somebody. Why would we jump to that? Because if you look up who Asherah is, this is one of the lesser deities in the Canaanite pantheon. Why are there inscriptions mentioning a god from Midian and Asherah together? It's because these different groups would have, collabed. Maybe they mingled and they syncretized different things, and Yahweh gets added to. He's not originally a Canaanite deity, but he does get added to it later. And we see that if we follow the physical archaeological evidence of Yahweh, we follow the trail, we see Shashu, and then Asherah. That shows us that, well, obviously somebody done put this nigga in, because it's talking about her as his consort, his girlfriend. Well, that means that he would have had to been absorbed into their pantheon at a later date. And that's what happens, because what? When you look into the genealogy and the anthropology of the Israelites, all of their practices resemble the Canaanites. They were polytheistic before switching to strict henotheism and then strict monotheism. But which deities did the Israelites worship before they switched to exclusive worship of Yahweh? You guessed it, El and the El Elyon and Baal and Asherah.
Right. I'm going to say three things on that.
I'm almost through.
Okay.
So if the external critique of Yahweh, Asherah, Baal, and the Israelites show that they were polytheistic, worshiping the Canaanite pantheon, Yahweh comes from somewhere else, and then he gets absorbed in, and then they begin to worship him. Then you get the exile where they start to practice henotheism. They come in contact with the Persians, Zoroastrianism. They switch to monotheism. Now you got Judaism. That's what happened. So when I say Yahweh, when I say that the Bible is mythology, that's not just my opinion. There is no symmetry breaker between the Bible being mythology and everyone else's cultural traditions being mythology. Because when we just use the experiment of the Norse, I said they think that Odin created the universe by slaying the giant Ymir. You said that's fiction.
Yes.
And I'm saying there's no symmetry breaker between that being fiction and in the beginning was the earth and heaven, and he blew his breath and created us out of mud. Same shit.
Now there is, because the Bible is used by non-Christians, by the secular world, to find evidence for things.
I'm glad you said that. Do you want to know why?
No, I want you to listen to me.
You don't want to know why the secular world is using the Bible?
I don't.
I can tell you.
I'll let you talk for a bit.
Okay, go ahead. Can I tell you when you get done?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
I have no issue with that. So constantly the Bible is used for evidence, constantly. All right. Now, as far as Norse mythology goes, the difference is that the Bible has been proven through prophecies. Okay, the Bible has prophecy that has been proven to be true. Norse mythology does not. That's number one. Number two, even if the Bible is false, that doesn't mean that Jesus didn't exist. That's number two. Okay, even people who like Bart Ehrman, these people who don't agree with Christianity, who think it's false, right? And in my opinion, that is a worldview that is, I can see that. Okay, I get how someone could believe that, but what they don't do is argue that. What they don't do is they don't argue that Jesus didn't exist. They argue that Jesus isn't God. Now that's a different position. But what you're doing now is you're appealing to, basically you're claiming that you have this knowledge and the billions of Christians are deceived in such a way. Let's use Occam's razor, right? So what you're saying is that the billions of Christians are deceived. The non-Christians who disbelieve in Christianity don't know of this and aren't using this in their debates, right? You're saying that the people who found this out and the other societies, that they didn't bring this up against the Christians. And you're also stating, you're making a claim that because people misconstrued Yahweh, maybe they use Yahweh as a false god. Okay, and that happens now. You see Mormons, like Jesus, for example. Mormons say they worship Jesus, but they worship a false Jesus, or Jehovah's Witnesses. So you've made a bunch of... So these things you claimed, they don't actually line up with like your argument. If that makes sense.
Okay, so we skipped some steps. So the Yahweh thing is something separate from the Jesus thing. I'm not saying that because Yahweh is a made up creature that gets evolved over time that Jesus didn't exist. I'm saying the anthropology shows us that the Bible is not objective truth, and it is also mythology, just like the other. Thank you. I'm saying that the stories in the Bible are just as made up and mythological as everyone else's creation story, as everyone else's pantheon of gods. That's what I'm saying. And I said that there's no symmetry breaker between Yahweh creating the universe and the other creation stories when we use Odin as an example. That's a separate conversation from the Jesus thing. I was just trying to show you.
There is a difference. The symmetry breaker is that the text that Yahweh provides has proven to be accurate. That's the symmetry breaker. The symmetry breaker is there is no proof of like the world serpent. There is no proof of these things, but there is proof of the Bible proving historical facts. There is proof of Jesus. I'm not going to say this. I mean, there is proof of Jesus' death and resurrection, but I'm not going to even go into that. There's just proof of Jesus, right? There is proof of the disciples being martyred.
Okay, slow down. You're skipping steps, brother. You're jumping all over. I brought up Yahweh to address Yahweh, not Jesus.
And I'm saying that there is a symmetry breaker between Yahweh and Odin.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is. I just told you.
What is it? What is it?
Is the text that Yahweh provides. So the symmetry breaker is the Torah. The symmetry breaker is the Bible.
Call me
That is
Beetle.
the symmetry breaker.
Yahweh didn't write the Torah.
That's a claim.
Yahweh
and
was
also,
not the God of the.
Yahweh used Yahweh.
Was Yahweh the original God of the Israelites based on cultural and religious anthropology? Yes or no? Based on the external critique of this religion and what anthropology shows us, Yahweh was not the most high of Israel at first. Was no Israel. That's something that comes later. These people come out of the Canaanites. They're originally Canaanites.
That lines up with the Bible, though.
The Bible is historical fiction. Let's go. That's why I'm asking you about the external critique of the religion.
Yes, I'm saying your external critique lines up with the Bible.
The external critique says that Yahweh is someone else's God from Midian.
No, that's your interpretation of the external critique. Your external.
I gave you the earliest mention of Yahweh is the solar temple inscription.
And what time is that?
This is the 1400s BCE, and it predates the Torah. Has nothing to do with the Torah.
And what that is saying is that there was a Yahweh that people worshipped, correct?
The Shasu people worshipped him.
Okay, thank you.
The Israelites didn't exist yet because they were.
So just because one group worships a God doesn't mean the other people can't.
Okay, you ain't locking in.
So because one group worships a God,
remember what I told you.
Can't worship that God.
The Israelites were polytheistic, and we know who their deities were that they worshiped, and Yahweh was not one of them.
But if you're claiming that, I mean, I don't have your evidence up there.
Where in the Bible does it says that originally the Israelites were Canaanites and they worship El, Baal, and Asherah, and then Yahweh gets absorbed? Of course it don't say that. So why are we going off the Bible when it's not lining up with
assuming that in your arrogance, right? That you are smarter than all of the.
I didn't say I'm smarter than people, bro. No, that's not what I'm saying. You putting words in my mouth.
All the atheists.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I did not say I was smarter than those people. Stop. Hold up for a minute. I did not say I was smarter than everybody. I'm simply most people that talk about this religion, They just want to have an intellectual pissing contest to see who knows more about Bible land. I don't want to do that. I want to have a conversation about what is the actual answer to the question. Is God real? No, he's not. But when the people get on stage and debate the existence of God, they're using metaphysical, ontological, teleological, transcendental. That's not how we get to the bottom of did this thing exist. You got to use human history and the cultural anthropology. What is a God, people? Well, I'm glad you asked. God, prior to the Gothic Bible, God was Odin, Thor, Freya, Tyr, Loki, and Heimdall. When did God become the creator of the universe in Judeo-Christian monotheism? When the Christians went and translated the Bible into the Gothic language to convert those Viking people. That's when God becomes not little g O-D-S, gods, but capital G-O-D. They took a word that had a meaning and they changed the definition of the word to spread Christianity. So, God, you're not even supposed to use the word to refer to one thing. It's a plural word and it's a verb to invoke something. That's what a God is. To invoke what? Well, language is tied to culture. Culture is tied to people. Who are the people that would have been using the word gods to refer to or to invoke their deities? The motherfucking Norse pagans of Denmark and Scandinavia. How do we know this? Because this word it comes from the Proto-Germanic language. Those people spoke the language where the word God is derived from. Okay, well, if God is not the creator of the universe and is tied to this culture, well, what is the word used for the creator in Israelite mythology before they start switching to Yahweh and all that? They would have called it El. El is the most high of the Canaanite pantheon that created everything. Well, we know El is not real. That's cultural myth. Well, okay, why isn't Yahweh the God of the universe that created everything, Black Atheist? Right? I'm glad you asked. Yahweh is not the God of the universe. He's not the creator of anything because he's a nomad. He's a tribal, local God from the southern Levant, worshipped by nomadic desert dwellers. And in any other case, we would reduce this to mythology, but because it's the Judeo-Christian worldview, y'all are saying the people that the God came from is just using it wrong and they just worshiping a God. That don't even make sense. No, when I told him that Odin is the all-father of Norse mythology who created the universe by slaying the giant Ymir, he said that's mythology. How you know that's mythology? They believe it. They've been believing it. It's still there. Odin has a name. He can be traced back. He got imagery behind him. He got a whole people willing to go to Valhalla in his name. How you gonna say it's not real? They having personal experiences too. Oh, because Yahweh got a Bible. Written by who? The Bible is written by Israelites who during their exile. That's not nothing to, you cannot force Israelite Babylonian exilic mythology on everybody else. That's called colonialism, which is what I was about to go to next. Well, why are secular people using the Bible to date things? I'm glad you asked. Because of colonialism and colonization. Because the Europeans wrote false histories of people based on the Bible. Because the Europeans based all of they're basing history off the Bible. They created the colleges. Western academia is based on the curriculum that the church made up. During the motherfucking Renaissance and the Reformation, matter of fact, go and look at go ask your AI, ask your Google, what is the first thing printed in Europe when they had their hands on that printing press? Johannes Gutenberg financed the printing press from Johannes Fuss. He couldn't pay the nigga, couldn't afford to finance it, so they confiscated it. What's the first thing they printed when they confiscated that bitch? The motherfucking Bible. Well, wait a minute. We printing Bibles in Europe, and education is not widespread because if you were not tied to the clergy, you didn't get a proper education. So you print Bibles, niggas in Europe can't read. What happens? William motherfucking Tyndale starts hand translating Bible. He starts translating Bibles in English. What did the church do? The church chased that nigga all over Europe because he's translating the Bible in English for the layman to read. And to try to counter what he did, they basically had to start like, you know what I'm saying, coming up with this curriculum in their school systems because now niggas can read the Bible for themselves, which was never supposed to be the case. These niggas get on Beyonce's internet talking about the Bible this, the Bible. You don't even supposed to have Bibles, nigga. The Bible was translated in Latin, and it was not for the layman to read for himself. The clergy was supposed to read it for you. But because this nigga William Tyndale translated it in English, now we got to catch up to him and try to damage control. Protestant Reformation happens. The motherfucking Catholic Church basically said, oh, we're going to have a Reformation of our own then. How about that? School system, Western academia, all this bullshit comes out. Look at when the Egyptologists start to go to Egypt. Uh-oh. Look at when Egyptology hits this fucking 18th century. What was going on during the 18th century? Colonialism, transatlantic slave trade, racism, human trafficking of black people, G-side of black people. That's when they ramped up on going to Egypt and trying to see who these people are, trying to backdate Europeans in Egypt. Now all of a sudden the ancient Egyptians are Arabs now. What? Now all of a sudden ancient Egyptians ain't black. So no, that's why the secular world is basing history off the Bible. It's because academia is based off the Western scholarship and history is based off the motherfucking Bible. That's the bread and butter of Europe. Christianity is Europe's. That's the white man religion. Why the fuck wouldn't the white man religion base history off of the Bible? Those names, those people in that Bible, these events in that Bible did not take place. Well, the object of Christianity is what? The object of Christianity is Jesus. If the things in the Old Testament didn't happen, then Jesus didn't happen. So they got to corroborate the motherfucking story. That's why the secular world is basing history off the Bible. Not because it's true, but because, nigga, the Bible has to be true. In the very first verse of the New Testament is tracing Jesus' genealogy to David. If there was no David, how the fuck is Jesus Christ the descendant of David who's sent by God through Mary to save the world? As a European, what I got to do? I got to validate David. I got to validate Solomon. I got to validate Ishmael and Isaac and Abraham somehow. Y'all think archaeologists and shit like all these niggas? Man, let me not even get into it. But yeah, I wasn't saying that Yahweh being made up means Jesus wasn't real. That's a separate conversation. Yahweh being made up means that Jesus is not the son of God. He can't be the son of a God that's not real. Yahweh being made up is that it means that the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran are fiction. The stories are fiction, but the characters didn't exist for other reasons too. And we can get into that. That's all I was saying. But y'all are making it, I mean, he's trying to say that I think I'm smarter than everybody else. No, I'm not. I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody else. I'm just using my motherfucking common sense, my logic, and my reason to come to these conclusions based on evidence, archaeology, and facts about human history. There's a difference between an internal critique and an external critique. An external critique, this conversation is 30 seconds long. An internal critique, well, how do you feel about this passage? What was the interpolation? Who wrote it? What did it mean? The God of the Bible is Yahweh from the southern Levant, cannot be the God of the universe. That is cultural mythology. Conversation over. But when you want to like, you know, make money off of Jesus and Paul and all this shit, you want, you know, it's more money in saying that these things, there's more money in entertaining the conversation. But remember, the platform has always been controlled by Christians. So just to man, I appreciate the gifts, man. Hold on, let me. Appreciate the gifts, man. Thank y'all for supporting the live. Tap the screen, get your heart meats, get your roses. over on YouTube, man. Y'all make sure y'all, damn. Yeah. Over on YouTube, man, make sure y'all hitting the thumbs up, you know what I'm saying? All that good shit. But yeah, like we not even talking about the same thing remotely when you get to talk about, well, everybody using the Bible to date history. Duh. Do you know what percentage of the globe has been colonized by one or all of these Judeo-Christian religions? Judeo-Christian Islamic religions? Over 80% of the fucking globe. What's up, Tommy?
How you feeling this morning? Or this afternoon where you are?
Yeah, it's 12. It's 12. What's up? What going on? What's happening?
You're doing good, brother. Just take a breath every now and then, because you fucking them up. And you sound like you just like own them. Like, nigga, you be saying some shit that cuts their argument so fucking quick. Okay, that's not why I came up though. I do have a question though. Have you started putting a study guide together or something?
Well, see, what had happened was I was trying to wait until I got through with my study of Islam because I'm not done. I'm doing the the Turks and the Ottoman. I'm finishing my research up on them. That's why I don't talk about them that much because I'm still looking into them. I got to get my shit together. But when I do, I'll be able to like put together from Byzantine to the Arab to the Turk to the Ottoman to World War I, World War II. But I just wanted to like, these books are heavy, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So
literally. What's the name? The reason I asked is because my mom is a teacher, right? And when she puts together lesson plans, I think that would be so useful if we had a lesson plan that didn't revolve around Western education. You know what I mean? So like if you did a lesson plan on the history of even something that you're very familiar with already, like how the Israelites come out of Mesopotamia, that could be something I could implement into like some of my extracurricular programming. You know what I mean? And people could pay you to use your programming. So like your lesson plan, it's like a curriculum. There you go. They could pay you for your curriculum. Certain institutions that don't want to revolve around Western education or Christian education, I think that would be really useful, especially for the conversation I have with my mom, because she's still Christian. And sometimes we get in that argument where I'll be like, you don't believe that we all came from Adam and Eve. And she gets pissed off. But I feel like if I gave her a lesson plan, because she's a teacher and because she works in that field, she would have to be able to follow that line of format. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Just a thought.
No, that makes sense. That's definitely a good idea. But people who think because even the Adam and Eve the story is pulled from fucking Sumeria, Mesopotamia. They got a whole story about a forbidden fruit in a garden that's guarded, like lit like verbatim the exact same shit. And so I'm like, not only is it the same story, but it's earlier, and these people are literally anthropology shows us that syncretism and synthesizing, that shit happens. You mean to tell me these groups of people who are damn near next door to each other, one is earlier than the other group, and their story is similar? In any other case, we would say, oh, they're copying them. In every other instance, we would say they're copying those people. But because we accept the religion that they made up after the fact, we say, well, no, because that's just somebody else interpreting the same. No, it's not the same thing. It's plagiarism.
Yeah, literally. When I learned about mythology, and I think this was, I know this was in elementary because I was homeschooled from kindergarten to 5th grade by my mom, who later became a teacher. She when we learned about mythology, I remember her teaching me, or like having me read about Jupiter and then having me read about Zeus and make the compare and the contrast, like the correlation between the two. And then also she was showing me the Greeks and the Romans were right next door to each other. So she was able to put that story into historical context, look at it as mythology, cultural anthropology, and put that into context, but not her own faith. You know, she never was like, look at the Gilgamesh story or whatever it is called. Like she never brought up those. You know, it was just like, look at the Romans, look at the Greeks. That's just a myth. But look at the history of the place and why they, you know, came up with those stories. Even Egypt, like she even went to Egypt and showed the correlation how the Greeks and Romans got it from Egypt. But she never went into the Mesopotamian gods, things like that. So I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing that, and I damn sure would sit in on a class. I'll pay for that.
Yeah, but I'm
Right. I wish
probably
you luck in your day, man, and peace. And you got a lot to deal with. These motherfuckers, ooh, they lot.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. But I was gonna like when I get through with my like the Ottoman and the Turks, when I get through with that shit, I'm gonna for sure be able to do it. For sure. You know, there's some stuff that I was missing when it comes like, especially like with the Islam thing. I'm still missing a little bit of Islam, because you know I just got a little bit more to read about it. But the Muhammad part, I'm getting to the end of, but it's still like, well, where I still gotta understand, like there has to be at least somebody that they're basing this stuff off of. Who is the guy? And so I think I have an idea, but I ain't gonna say it yet until I look into it. There's a guy. I'll give you the name, but I ain't gonna tell you the rest. But there's a guy who he comes out of Spain in the 13th century, 1200s, I think, by the name of Ibn al-Arabi. They call him Ibn al-Arabi. And so he basically has a lot of, they say he's one of the most important figures in Islamic history or whatever, but there was no Islam earlier. So I'm gonna try to see like if maybe there's something he did or put it together. Yeah. Ibn al-Arabi alias Muhammad. Yeah. So, but I'm not done. I'm not done. So don't quote me yet. Just know, but the Muhammad of tradition is fiction though. I will say that dude is made up. And so, yeah. Yeah. But Jesus and Paul. So I put, if you go to if y'all want to get in the Discord, you got to send me a message. But I had made a tab with me and BE's live streaming, and I went back and watched it. And so apparently, Paul was put on trial, and the guy who was the like the prosecutor or whatever was a real person who wrote things. His name was Galileo, one of those. He's writing, does not mention Paul. And then I looked into it. Beasley was talking about, he's got a brother named Seneca who was close with. Seneca don't write about Paul. This is the nigga that prosecuted him though. Don't write about no Paul. Okay, well, when Josephus don't mention Paul, Justice of Tiberius don't mention Paul, the Plinies don't mention Paul, the Romans don't mention Paul. They don't make sense. Nigga, more mundane figures from the same area get mentioned. It's not the argument from silence. It's why isn't these niggas who's writing about these niggas not mentioning these niggas? That's what I'm saying. But like all some of the scholars don't read everything, and then vice versa. Like there are scholars who've read this or looked into this, but ain't looked into that, and there are scholars who looked into this but ain't looked into that. You got to do your due diligence when you're dealing with these scholars. What is his area of expertise? What is his evidence? The guy brought up Bart Ehrman. Majority, if not all of the people who date Christianity to the first century, they're dating it based on Paul's letters. What do you do when Paul's letters don't date to the first century and there was no Paul? Mind you, it's 13 letters. They saying 6 or 7 are complete forgeries. So if we narrow it down, you telling me there are 6 authentic letters written by the same guy. Is it our Paul though? Well, what is our evidence for a Paul outside of these 6 authentic letters? What do we have? We have nothing. We do have one thing. They're saying that, now let's lock in now. They're saying that Clement of Rome wrote a letter in the year 95 CE. This attests to a Paul. That's what they're saying. That's what the scholars are saying. Well, who was Clement of Rome? Oh, the letter attributed to Clement is anonymous. What the what? Meaning they don't know who wrote the letter. Well, if they don't know who wrote the letter, how do we date the letter? Well, let's figure out who Clement of Rome is. Come to find out, Clement of Rome is mentioned in what's known as the Shepherd of Hermes, written in the latter part of the 2nd century. And you look up what's known as the Muratorian Canon, it lists the Shepherd of Hermes in there, and it dates to 2nd century. But it mentions a Clement who was tasked with passing out some letters. Well, where do we get the Clement of Rome thing from? The motherfucking admitted liar in the 4th century, Eusebius. Well, okay, if Clement is dated to the 2nd century because of the Shepherd of Hermes and the Muratorian Canon that mentions the Shepherd of Hermes, mind you, the guy, I think, let me go to my shit. Hold on. Yes. So the Muratorian Canon lists the Shepherd of Hermes that was written during the reign of Pope Pius. Pope Pius is 140s, 150s. So the letter that's attributed to the Clement is dated to the middle of the 2nd century. How was the letter dated to 95? But the scholars will tell you it's anonymous. Well, what the fuck are they using to say Clement wrote it? Eusebius. And so I'm like, what? Okay, what else? What else do we have for Paul? What do we have? Anything? Nothing. But all the scholars are using Paul's letter to say that Christianity existed and he had a ministry. No, because it was no Paul. So if there was no Paul in the 1st century, there was no churches in the 1st century that he sent these letters to. Wasn't no Jesus. Well, what about all this Christ, Christos, Christon, Christians? What is all that, Black Atheist Ranch, if it ain't no Jesus? Yeah, the Christ is not exclusive to Jesus. Christos is not exclusive to Jesus. The crest is not exclusive. None of that is exclusive to Jesus. The Christ is in the Septuagint. The high priest was a Christ. Anybody who follows a nigga with the title Christ can be a Christian. Any God with the epithet of the Christos, any of their followers would be Christians. So you can have a Christos or a Christianity without a Jesus. You can. Yes, you can. And the Roman Empire did not persecute Christians; they persecuted Jews. And the Christians that are mentioned, not talking about Jesus. These people that mentions Christians, a lot of them are. This stuff is happening in Turkey. But what was going on in Turkey during this time? If there was no Jesus, who was this Christos? Yeah, the main god in Turkey was Serapis. So, main god in Egypt was Serapis. So, but they're saying that Christianity was in Egypt in the 1st century. Show it to me. I think that would help y'all's case. Egyptians were great record keepers, and if they would have been practicing Christianity in the 1st century, you would see some inscriptions, some churches, some epithets, or something. There's nothing there. Christianity don't start showing up in Egypt physically until like the 3rd century, like the 230s. Well, what are they using to say Christianity was in Egypt in the 1st century? Well, I'm glad you asked. Eusebius said that Mark the Evangelist took Christianity to Egypt in the 1st century. Who is Mark the Evangelist? What's our evidence for Mark the Evangelist? Do we have a Mark? No. Mark the Evangelist is the same guy that they said wrote the Gospel of Mark, and the Gospel of Mark doesn't get named until the later part of the 2nd century. So who the fuck is Eusebius talking about? Nobody else mentions a Mark that's taking Christianity to Egypt. Nobody else. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all.
Yo, hey, I'm on some sacrificial lamb shit. I done gave my life to this mission like I'm handpicked. Trying to fix the damage, but I can't treat the wounds if religion is the bandage. Can't you understand this? Damn it. Colonizers out here living fancy, reaping what they sow while we out here in the famine. God is their advantage. All of these religions gotta die for our advancement. These are my commandments. 1, Jesus ain't the Father or the Son. He never walked this earth. Evidence is slim and none. So if they tryna tell you about they savior, then you run. No point waiting on the kingdom that ain't never gonna come. 2, this is what the colonizers do. They give you their religion just to find their abuse. They citing in the scriptures that's approving how they move. It's ordained by the Lord when they hang us with that noose. Don't be fooled. You gotta understand how this been used. Religion is the cause of all the shit that we've been through. We thinking it's the truth. How we gathered at the church, passed our line to the pews with the Bible at the root. 3, Islam don't got shit to do with peace. And if they say it does, then they lying through their teeth. They kill you where you stand if you ever try to leave. All the blood they done shed, it's supported by hadiths. This hypocrisy, killing motherfuckers for apostasy. Pedophile prophets and misogyny. This the shit that bothers me. Allah just a product of mythology. Never give yourself to this philosophy. 4, when I spit these words, listen close. Take back all your power, these religions been exposed. Never ask for daily bread when you owe the whole loaf. And if hell gon' be hot, we turning bread into toast. 5, watch out for the devil in disguise. They say Jesus is the way, bitch, the devil is a lie. This what led to our demise. Never been no hope in these religions for my kind. This shit false advertised. 6, never ever thank the Lord for shit, cause calling on his God never sent us no assist. Niggas prayed to the Lord after slavery persisted. They prayed before the lynch. Jehovah was the witness. 7, hell is not a place, it's just a weapon that they use to trick the masses into thinking there's a heaven. Now we wait on Armageddon, cause they believe the end time's coming. It's depressing, never fall for this deception. 8, we gotta understand what's at stake. It's time to learn the truth so we can plan our escape. We've been praying to a fake, but niggas don't believe it till they die. What a disgrace, such a crime, how my race misconstrued. Oppression got us thinking that we choose. They breaking all the rules, how they defend the evil views the Christian use to treat us cruel. Them covenants got nothing to do with me and you. Don't be subdued, them Hebrew Israelites confused. 9, nothing about religion is divine. These gods carbon copied, you can't tell me that I'm lying. See, blind lead the blind to the slaughter, not the wine. Gotta lead the gods behind if you wanna feel alive, nigga. 10, time to see the world for what it is. Teach our children knowledge, stop instilling them with fear. Gotta show them ain't no covenants until they see it clear. This a demonstration how we should be educated. Show them anthropology of God and all its holy places. Show them all the deities are fake and all the pastors faking. Show them white Jesus ain't the one that we should all be thanking. Show them only reason we been Christian cause of fucking racist. Show the little black boys and girls that they all come from greatness. Show them that our people are amazing. This your fucking revelation.
Yeah, so what y'all just heard, that is off the new album Revelations. That's called 10 Black Commandments. Go get that. If you go to Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, you can listen to the whole thing. It's called the whole album is called Revelations. It's on my YouTube channel, it's on Apple Music, it's on Spotify. So if you want to check out the music, go get that. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of scholars, if I can get back to what I was saying, a lot of scholars are using Paul's letters to, like, they're reading the Bible, and oh well, this kind of lines up with a first century thing. So, you know, and they're presupposing that a Paul is real. If there is no Paul in the letters, if there is no Paul, half of the letters are forgeries, and the letters date to the 2nd century, and this dude didn't exist. That literally throws away most of our scholarship on Jesus and Paul. Because everybody that's saying Jesus existed, they don't have no evidence, but they have Paul's letters who's talking about churches. Well, quoting Bart Ehrman, well, Paul knew the brother of Jesus. Who the fuck is Paul, though? You know Paul. And then you have these church fathers, right? And what you'll find out about these church fathers is a lot of them, we don't have their writings. We have people who are citing them, but we don't have anything from them. And the people who are citing them are too late, not contemporary, making shit up, known, admitted liars. And it's like, well, we don't know what that person wrote, but they're saying that person wrote this, and we don't have anything from that person that dates to that person's time. No. It's a little shaky out here. Shaky shit. No. And so when we talk about Jesus, most people that come up, they're going to talk about Josephus, Tacitus, and that's pretty much all they got. The Testimony of Flavianum, that is a forgery. The James reference, Josephus tells you who he's talking about. He's talking about James, the brother of Jesus, the son of Damnius. Josephus mentions like 17 Jesuses. And so when he's mentioning this one, this is Jesus, the son of Damnius. Also, how we know it's not the same Jesus is because if you go and read the James reference, it's talking about how James was unalive. Now, according to Christianity, James was unalive by a mob. He was hit in the head with a Fuller's Club, according to the Christians. That's not what Josephus is writing in his account of James, the brother of Jesus, the son of Damnius. James unalives a different way. So in order for the Christians to claim this James and this Jesus as theirs, we have two different accounts of how this brother was unalive. You can't just reconcile it. Well, we just gonna, no, it's not the same guy. It tells you right at the bottom of the passage, Jesus, the son of Damnius. That's what he's talking about. Also, there's a guy who is an authority on Christian scribal errors. I won't say his name because I don't know, he on some niggas be on weird shit. I ain't gonna say his name, but I read his book, and in his book he broke down why the part that says who was called Christ is actually a Christian scribal edit or like a marginal note. And we know that the Christians make marginal notes on shit because of the Tacitus thing. You look up the reference to Jesus in Tacitus's annals. The earliest physical copy of it, it literally has all of the Christian edits and shit on it, where they're crossing out words, writing other shit, things of that nature. And in that reference, Tacitus does something that he never would have done. He gets Pontius Pilate's job title wrong. He calls Pontius Pilate, if I'm not mistaken, a prefect. And Pontius Pilate wasn't a prefect. Pontius Pilate was a procurator. But a government official would not have referred to Pontius Pilate as something that Judea did not have at the time. There were no prefects in Judea at that time. Or it's the other way around. My bad. So my bad, y'all. You know, my bad. Yeah. So, okay. You know, my bad. You're right. I got it mixed up. So Pontius Pilate was a prefect, not a procurator. Is that what I'm saying? Okay. So boom. They don't get their first procurator until, like what they said, a decade later. But why is Tacitus referring to Pontius Pilate as something that he is not? Because a procurator and a prefect is not the same thing. Why is he referring to something that he is not? And why is he referring to this man as the Christ? You got to understand that. Remember, Christ is a title. Why would a government official refer to some Joe Blow peasant as the, no, he would have called him his name. They would have called him his name, not the Christ. There's context that shows this is not, it's interpolated. So yeah, Pontius Pilate was a military general, a military leader, and they, after him, because he was so unruly, so hard to keep under control, very, militaristic, violent. The Roman Empire, they kind of switched out from the prefects and switched to the procurators, which is like a what's the word? Shit, that'd be easy when you need that nigga. I think I got it wrote down somewhere. Right, hold up. Pontius Pilate. They switched regimes after Pontius Pilate, and they switched to prefects. Prefects are just in control of the money and shit. A little more passive, a little less violent and militaristic. So they switched regimes after Pontius Pilate. So Tacitus would not have referred to him as something that he was not. You understand? And so Tacitus, this mention of this Christ is not authentic to him. You understand? And how we know this is like, shout out Be Easy. Tacitus wrote about multiple procurators and prefects, and every single time he got their job title correct. All of a sudden, when it comes to Pontius Pilate, he's mixing and missing his words. No. And we know that these copies of this stuff is held by the church. See, that's what y'all don't understand. Niggas be like, just because it comes from the church, can we? No, you can't trust shit that come from them people because they're known liars. They'll do anything to advance this religion. When you talking to a nigga like that, no. I need to verify what you're saying. And the other references to a Christ, to a Christos and all that, to the Christian, it's not about Jesus. None of that is about Jesus. And we know this by, you just got to look at the context and the understanding of what was going on at that time. Well, without Josephus, we have nothing from the first century on to Jesus. And we already dispelled both of those mentions of Jesus. There's nothing for Jesus without Josephus. So that means everything after Josephus would be Johnny come late, and if it is authentic, they're just mentioning or citing what Christians believe. But remember, you can't have Christianity in the first century without a Jesus or a Paul. There's no first century Christianity, but there are Christians, and there are worshipers of a Christos. And the man, look, if you go and read, if you got $4, you can go on Kindle right now. You can go and get this book. It's called Christ Before Jesus. It's $4. And in this book, it's written by Matthew Britt and Jaron Wingo. In their book, they have a profound section on the E and the I. And then what I really appreciate is where he pulled up the codexes and which of those manuscripts use I's or E's, and when do we get the switch? Because the Christos is not the same thing as the Christos. The Christos is the anointed one. The Christ is the anointed one. The word crest just means good. The word crest is the good one. You know what I'm saying? So if the earliest writings mentioning this Christ figure as it pertains to the religion that y'all are practicing, if the earliest manuscripts, they're writing with an E, well, that's not the same thing as the Christ. We know what the Christ is. We know that in the Septuagint, the Jewish high priests and all that shit, and kings and Cyrus and all them was called Christ. But the Christos is something different. Well, what is the Christos? Who is the Christos? There are deities that would have been referred to as the Christos, right? People don't know this, but ISIS had her own cult in the Roman Empire. She was very popular there. Serapis was very popular. They were actually worshipped together. Very popular deities in the Roman Empire. Because we know that Rome controlled North Africa, Middle East, Asia Minor, all that. Turkey, all of that. And in those places, Serapis was worshipped. If I'm not mistaken, let me not get my words wrong. Watch this. I don't know this part off the dome. So I have to look it up. But I have it in my notes. I just didn't want to look in my notes. Hold up. Right. So I want to say, is it somebody put in the chat? I get it mixed up. Is it Pliny? Not Pliny. Is it Philo of Alexandria that said that the statue of Serapis was taken from Turkey to Egypt, or was it? It was Plutarch. Was it Plutarch? I get it mixed up. I want to say it was Plutarch though. Well, anyway, we're not. Somebody put in. I want to. It is Plutarch, right? Let me look it up. Hold on. Yeah. So it's Plutarch. So Plutarch said that Ptolemy I took the statue of Serapis from Turkey, or was it Turkey? Yeah. He said he took the statue from Turkey to Alexandria. But if Serapis was worshipped in Turkey and Egypt, and then when we start to look at the people who have mentioned this Christ and these Christians are from Turkey, they're mentioning these things in Turkey. Sinope was from Turkey. Sinope, I'm sorry. Marcion was from Turkey. The other guy, I want to say, is it? It'll be off the dome in a minute. But when I was doing the Islam thing, I kind of forgot all this stuff off the top of my head. But that ain't it. Where is that? That was Pliny the Younger. Yeah. So Pliny the Younger mentions Christians, but it's not the Christians you think it is. These other mentions of a Christos or Christ, it's not the followers of a Jesus, because there wasn't no Jesus. When you look into those Nazarenes and Ebionites and all that shit gets redacted back to the 1st century because of Paul's letters and the tradition that they came up with. But they're basing those traditions off of Paul. Well, he's sending letters to these churches in the 1st century. There had to be Christian groups and shit. That's where they get that shit from. But it's like, if you take away Paul and his letters, there is no churches. If it ain't no churches, ain't no Christians. If ain't no Christians, ain't no Jesus. If it ain't no Jesus, when did this begin? Well, the earliest New Testament canon was published in the 140s by Marcion of Sinope. So if you could show me a gospel or a New Testament or a Jesus or a Paul before him, then we can talk. But you don't got it. Now, you do have Christ and Christians and the Christos, but we know that's something else now. It has to be something else because there is no evidence for a Jesus. Yeah. And so, that's pretty much the Jesus and the Paul. I feel like the Muhammad thing is way more interesting because it affects it. It has so much tied to it. Like the Jesus and Paul thing, that shit really just whatever. But the Muhammad thing, it plays into so many different things. Yeah. But my claim is that Islam begins as John of Damascus said, it begins as a Christian heresy, because those Arab armies were Christian. They were Christians, and the battles take place where those Christian Arabs would have been located. The battles that happened in 634, 636 happened in northern Arabia, right where those Christians would have been located at, and it couldn't be nobody else. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you Christian, Muslim, Hebrew Israelite, atheist, or something else?
I consider myself Christian, but been low key trying to save my faith and stuff.
You trying to save it?
Yeah, the more I learn about science and history, it's lucky been leaving me.
Well, you need to science, history, and you need to know something about the culture and the people who would have created this religion.
That is true. Like, I know before Christianity, the dominant religion in that area would have been Zoroastrianism.
Mm-hmm.
The only one of these I don't exist. The only one I can't really agree with is Muhammad, because I'm like 80% sure that Muhammad was actually a part of a real caliphate, a real kingdom, and like that dude was like a real conqueror. Like, I'm pretty sure there were people of the Arabic world back then, like when they heard the word Muhammad, they would genuinely have real tear go down their spine, because like he was like a real conqueror.
Well, that may be what the Hadith in the Sirah or the Sahaba says. It might say that, but those things are not contemporary to the times of a Muhammad or even after, or like right after. It's not contemporary to the time during the Arab conquest. It's not contemporary to it.
Do you acknowledge though that Islam was spread mainly through, land-based conflicts?
Yeah. I mean, well, I really don't know anymore, because I'm simply saying that it's just there's no mention of Islam, Muslims, or Muhammad of tradition. There's no mention of Islam, Muslims, or the Muhammad of tradition at the time of those Arab conquests, like at the onset of it. There's no mention of of those things. So I don't really know. I'm saying that those Arab armies would have been Christians.
That the Arab armies would have been Christian. What if the Arab armies were Zoroastrian? Have you thought of that though?
No, because they weren't polytheistic. They were monotheistic.
Okay, I get what you mean. And then of course I'm understanding.
I mean, if you even if you follow, well, because Zoroastrianism looks a little different.
That is true.
The caliphate in the 7th century, they got crosses on their coins.
Dang. And so, you really think that Jesus wasn't real, even though even the Hindus and a lot of South Asian religions talk about him, not even Abrahamic religions?
I mean, I talk about Odin all the time. I'm being facetious. I talk about Odin all the time. That don't mean Odin was real. I mean, Jesus Christ there's a story in a tradition, but
that is true.
The Jesus Christ in that book,
I feel
I told Be Easy, I'm not waiting 30 and 40 years for the consensus to catch up. Me and Be Easy on different timing. We gonna go ahead and put this shit out there now. And when all the scholars when them scholars retire from them Christian colleges and they start publishing all this Jesus Christ didn't exist, I don't want to hear it, because I'm trying to tell niggas now.
I get what you mean. That would shake the world. You know that, saying that Jesus Christ wouldn't exist. I think our community especially, the older folks, that would break their hearts.
Jesus Christ shouldn't no black man be worshiping no white man on no cross.
For real, but Jesus Christ shouldn't even be back. He was born in Bethlehem 2,000 years ago. He should really be Middle Eastern.
No, Jesus Christ wasn't born in Bethlehem because he wasn't real. And
I get you.
And the images that they created of him are white men.
That is true. But to be fair, when the Pope asked that painter to draw him, he wanted him to base him off of his son and stuff like that. Which is on the Pope.
I know about that, but I'm saying even before that, They fought over images of Jesus during the iconoclasm. It's called the iconoclast controversy. It's called the word iconoclasm means image breaking, and so the Christians in the Roman Empire, they argued over whether or not they should make images of Jesus. The images that they argued over and fought over were not of black men. It's white Jesus. Now you do have the Ethiopians, right? Because I know everybody's gonna bring up Ethiopia. So Ethiopia's illustrative Bible is like an overcorrection, because after the Council of Chalcedon, they persecuted Monophysite Christians, and so they persecuted Christians, and they excommunicated and exiled clergy, and so you get the 9 saints of Ethiopia who fled persecution after the Council of Chalcedon, who went to Ethiopia, and they kind of like, it's like a slap in the face. Oh, you gonna persecute us and exile us because we don't accept the Council of Chalcedon? Watch this. And that's when they translated the Bible into Ge'ez, and then they put those black pictures in their Bible, got these niggas thinking that Jesus was black. That's not true.
I get what you mean. But to be fair, with how long that the country of Ethiopia has been worshiping the Bible, how can we be wrong at them for not wanting their Jesus to be white and stuff like that?
I mean, their Jesus, they can paint that nigga, they can paint him black if they want to. I just want them to understand that Jesus, religion is tied to culture, is tied to people, is tied to images of people, of the group.
So you at least admit that there was something like a man around like Jesus, because there's just no way all these different religions that not even the 3 Abrahamic religions, not even just the 3. Like I said, those religions, there had to be some dude around then who was making a lot of noise. Can you at least admit that?
There were many. If you look at the Jewish-Roman wars, every weekend a new nigga was saying he's the Messiah. Every weekend. Every weekend.
The idea that.
So there were many, but we're not talking about those niggas. We're talking about Jesus. So if you want to say, well, there was at least 100 apocalyptic preachers during that time period claiming different weird shit in this area, that's cool. Go for it.
I feel it. I get what you mean.
Yeah. But let's not act like the government didn't have a hand in that Bible. They did. Christianity did not begin as some fringe persecuted section of Judaism. That's what they tell y'all, that Christianity began as a movement inside of Judaism. No, the fuck it didn't.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
Listen. What the Jewish community was waiting on then, they still waiting on that now.
So I have a question.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, what the Jewish community was waiting on then, they're waiting on now, and I'm going to assume what they're waiting on then would be the return of Jesus Christ. What are they waiting on?
They're waiting on their Mashiach. They're saying that Mashiach never came.
Mashiach never came. I don't even know who Mashiach is. I never heard of him in the Old Testament.
The Mashiach is the Messiah.
Because Jews don't think that Jesus was the Messiah. Oh, I get it. And since now they're still waiting on their Mashiach. Okay, I get what you mean.
Exactly, brother. That's locked in.
Okay. This is a cool convo. I'm going to be honest. Like I said, I've been losing my face. So I just want to talk to you and pick your brain a little bit. I'm going to be honest. The top 3, yeah, they probably didn't exist. But Muhammad, I feel like he has a good fight out there.
It's the evidence for Muhammad is actually weaker than the evidence for Jesus. They start writing about Jesus like 200 years later. They ain't start this. The earliest writings about him is like 300, 400 years later.
That is true. And to be fair, with all these Abrahamic religions, low-key being like, not trying to say be rude, but like one copy after the other. Yeah, I guess you are right.
Nigga, the Adam and Eve story, Abraham, Moses, Mary, Jesus, all these people are, the angel Gabriel, all of these people are mentioned in the Quran. Why is a religion that has nothing to do with the other based? It's because it's Abrahamic.
Yeah.
All of these religions start with this guy right here. But if there was no Abraham, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, I gotta do some research on Abraham. I'm gonna go do some research. Thank you for letting me up your host.
I appreciate you. And you're not, I mean, I know you say you losing your faith, but you're gaining knowledge and information. You're gaining an understanding of there's a snake in my book. You're gaining information, young brother. So you're not losing anything. You're actually gaining. You're gaining more than you're losing. You're losing some fake colonizer white man's religion, and you're gaining a historical understanding of these things outside of what they tell us. That's the kicker. They're gonna tell us whatever. Is it true though? What's up? How old are
What's
you?
going on, man?
I think I know you from yesterday.
Yeah, we talked last night. I was honestly trying to get back up here because I seen you was on,
Mm-hmm.
and I was trying to finish where we left off at, just because it kind of got crazy, and we weren't able to even finish the conversation. I wanted to, and I even like took up some, like, basically the stuff that you mentioned. Went back last night. I stayed until like 2 a.m. like looking it up, researching more. So I just got more questions. I mean, because honestly, well, at least you and then the one brother that was on there, and then the one
Be easy.
that was corner, that was quiet. They see, well, not so much Be Easy, but the other guy, I can't remember his name. Because he was actually.
I think you was talking to Breeze. You was talking to Breeze. Yeah, you was talking to Pastor Breeze. That's right. You didn't really talk to Be Easy. Okay.
Yep. And then there's a lady on there as well who was like pretty respectful. I don't know, like y'all gave me some stuff to go look up, so I did go look that stuff up. And I wanted to go back to our point on Josephus. So you have mentioned to me that Josephus's writing, I can't pronounce the name, but where he mentions Jesus,
Flavianum testimony.
Yep. You said it was a forgery. So I'm like, okay. And I looked it up and like read through a few different authors, and they said no, that's a valid. Like your argument is 100% valid. It's been argued for years. But I guess a few things that I'm still confused on, or I need more clarification is most majority of modern scholars, like the vast majority, agree that at least that second part, or mention of Jesus, is not a forgery, and the first part is probably only tampered with, and they still agree that he mentioned them. So that's where I guess where I'm like, all right, so where's the proof, like 100% deniable proof that this is a forgery? And so I guess that's one thing. I don't want to keep going on, but I'm gonna give you a chance to respond on that.
Yeah, well, because like I was telling you yesterday, we don't know about this passage. It doesn't exist until when Eusebius mentions it. Like the first person to mention it is 200 and something years later. No, I'm sorry, maybe not. It's 200. Yeah, 200 years later. Well, remember what I told you. Y'all are skipping church fathers. There are church fathers, right? Yep. Air quote. There are church fathers between Josephus and Eusebius who are they're reading Josephus, they're quoting Josephus, and they're looking for evidence of their Jesus in his writings. Like they're not just playing around. They're page after page reading this Greek literature, trying to find their Jesus in his writings. They don't see it.
You're right. And Breezy mentioned what was his name? The church father, start with an O.
Origen.
So I looked him up too. And then he mentioned he complained. He actually was complaining like, about what Josephus wrote about Jesus. He's like, he doesn't call him the Messiah. And then later on you see that they added the part in where they called him the Messiah. So again, like I agree with that part 100%. I agree with y'all when y'all said that they tamper with it, because that honestly, logically, that makes sense based. And if you know what Josephus believed, there's no way he would have called Jesus the Christ. 100% agree on that. What I'm confused about again is just that there had to be a mention of him when Origen complained.
So when Origen was saying that Josephus mentioned Jesus, he wasn't talking about the testimonium. He was talking about what's known as the James reference.
Right.
So now listen to me now. The first mention of Jesus Christ, that's the forgery. The testimonium and the James references, that's two different things. So if we take out the testimonium and we go to the James reference, Josephus does mention a Jesus.
Right.
He remember Josephus mentions like 17 Jesuses. If I'm not mistaken, he mentions like 17 people named Jesus. So he's mentioning this is a real Yeshua or whatever. This is a real name in the Jewish community.
100%, yeah.
What I'm saying is it's not your Jesus. And the reason why I'm saying that is because
the first one was a forgery?
No. Because Josephus tells you at the man. I think I had that passage pulled up on my computer, and I went and read it again. At the bottom of the James reference, it tells you who he's talking about. He's talking about Jesus, the son of Damnius.
Okay, now I have to, that's something else I'll have to go down and look up for sure.
So okay, hear me out. So the name James, the name Jesus, the name Mary and Joseph and all that, those are common names inside of the Jewish culture. Those are not like only two niggas was named James. No. Right. Many people were named Jesus. Many people were named James. We're not talking about just a mundane figure. We're talking about your figure. And so the Jesus named in the James reference, it's not Jesus Christ, but see, the one who was called Christ, I'm saying that might have got added later too. I'm saying he does for sure mention of Jesus, but I think that the part where it says the one who's called Christ, it would have had to have been added later. There's a guy by the name of listen, you can go and read, if you have $15 to $16, you can go and get a subscription right now. It's a book reading app called Everrand. Everrand is like a Netflix for books.
Everrand.
If you pay $16, they'll give you 3 credits right. You can get off this live, go pay $16 to get 3 credits right now. That's less than a meal at a fast food joint.
Right.
You can go and read. There's a book written by a guy by the name of Richard Carey. The book is called On the Historicity of Jesus. And in this book, what chapter is this? I don't want to. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the table of contents and lose my page. I'm on page 600. Okay, there's in the shit. What chapter is this? Well, anyway, he writes a chapter where he's talking about the 2 references to Jesus and Josephus. He's known for like talking about Christian scribal errors and shit like that. That's his expertise. Where and so in this chapter he's talking about Origen. Origen wrote. There's a guy by the name of Celsius who was basically like making fun of mocking Christianity. Origen has a work. It's called Against Celsius, where he's basically accepting the challenge and he's going through Josephus' writings trying to find evidence of Jesus. And he finds this Jesus right here, but this Jesus was not called the Christ. This Jesus was called, this Jesus is the son of Damnius, because calling him the story actually flows better if you remove the who was called Christ out of that passage. It makes way more sense, because why is Josephus mentioning 2 different Jesuses if the other Jesus don't have nothing to do with the first one? It don't even make sense. Because the story,
your point is depending on basically like I think that your like basically the logic I think you're expressing makes sense. But also I guess again, like just where I'm struggling at is the undeniable evidence when we have scholars who are like, so then I'm writing down these books that you mentioned and these people too. Okay.
I'm gonna give you one. So if you have to go and read the passage for yourself. In the James reference, it talks about how James, the brother of Jesus, was unalived, right? In this passage in Josephus, it says that he was unalive with a Fuller's Club. The Christians are saying he was unalive. His demise is different in the Christian literature. His demise is different. So if Josephus is talking about a James that unalives this way, and the Christians are talking about a James that unalives that way,
right?
And then we got 2 different Jesuses. We got Jesus Christ, Jesus son of Damnius, and this shows that clearly the Christians.
Yeah, I get it.
Look up a man by the name of Hegeseppius. Hegeseppius is the one. Let me see, because if I'm not mistaken, I want to put my eyes on it. Hold up. I found his name. let's see. So okay, hold up. Because I might have got my stories mixed up. Hold on.
No, you're good. I did have one other question while you looking that up. And this is something else, again, like from our conversation yesterday that y'all mentioned. I'm like, okay, I got to look that up because I was ignorant on it. One of the young ladies, she mentioned that it doesn't like, I agree that the story doesn't flow like with Josephus calling him Christ. Again, I'm willing to bet my life that he didn't say Jesus was the Messiah or the Christ or anything like that, because again, that's not what he believed. But she, somebody mentioned that like the insertion of Jesus in that passage just does not flow and it seems off. I actually went through and read an overview of that passage in the paragraphs before and after, and honestly, like after reading it, the overview, it actually, in my opinion, it fits his writing style very well in Antiquities, and it's like it's exactly what he did in a few other passages. He was talking about a story at about a certain time. He stops randomly, inserts a political or important figure that was in Jewish history, and then he resumes the story right after. He did that with John the Baptist, and he also did that with Judas of Gilead, I believe he said he did. He did the same exact writing style that he did when he was talking about Pilate's his officials, and then he talked about right after some scandals. Then he just randomly stopped and was like, "Oh, and at that time there was this guy named Jesus. He had some followers. Some people thought he was God. They killed him, and he has some followers to this day." Then he jumped right back into the scandals. He did that like 3 or 4 other times with 3 or 4 other people. So to me, that's like somebody said, where you look at Antiquities 18:5 and 1, where he talks about John the Baptist, and then look up where he talks about Judas of Gilead. He does the same exact style. So if he does that with those two or those other people, then it actually gives more evidence that maybe that passage actually does fit that writing style. Unless you want to call that a whole Antiquities a forgery. But if you do that, then I think that's another issue.
Well, like we told you yesterday, the passage before the testimonium, he's talking about a calamity, and the passage after the testimony, he's talking about a calamity, and then all of a sudden, he just out of nowhere mentions this Jesus character in the middle.
Yes, it's random when you and especially like when you're just reading it. But then why does he do that with John the Baptist as well? He's talking about in John the Baptist, he's talking about a war between King Herod and another king that's trying to King Aretas, I think his name is. I might be saying that wrong. Then he literally stops that story, mentions John the Baptist in the same fashion that he mentioned Jesus, and then continues the story about the war. And then he does the same thing with Judas of Gilead. He's talking about a census, stops randomly, talks about Judas, and then goes right back into the census following it. People like also in the comment, I don't know if y'all think like, and it's not against you, brother. I don't know if y'all think what is it? Insults like support y'all point, but like you gotta.
Okay. So
I don't know. You gotta respond to what I'm saying.
Don't worry about the comment. So okay, this for us to say that this testimony is authentic, we would have to have we would have to have because remember, like we told you this yesterday. Josephus would not have referred to this man as Christ. He would have called him a charlatan.
Yep. I agree.
Okay. So him calling him the Christ off rip, we have something that is not Josephine. Then on top of that, we have Christians between Josephus and Eusebius mentioning or citing this guy's works, not mentioning this passage when they're looking for evidence of Jesus. Okay. We don't get this. We don't see this passage pop up until Eusebius in the 300s. When you put these three things together, also you see right before Eusebius quotes Josephus, he says there's not a sin to lie for the advancement of the church. And then he says, "Let us get into Josephus the Jew." Then he quotes this. When you put these things together, right? No citation before Eusebius. Eusebius telling you he's lying. He's a admitted liar. He's the earliest. None of the other church fathers even know that this exists when they're reading this exact shit. Man, look, that's a hill to die on. but I pulled up the thing that shows you that it's not the same James.
Okay.
So there's a guy by the name of there's a Christian by the name of Hegesepis. Hegesepis and Josephus give two separate accounts of how James was unalive. They're not the same account, right? So Josephus, I actually got it mixed up. Josephus says this is what Josephus writes. Josephus talks about the Sanhedrin. It says, hold up. I might just have my eyes on. Yeah. So it says this is actually what if you go and read the James reference, this is actually what it talks about. Because it's not really about Jesus, it's really more so about James being unalive, and then because they wrongfully unalive his brother, Jesus, son of Damaris, became high priest. This is what it says. It says the high priest Ananias took advantage of this political gap to convene a council of judges. He brought James and some others before the court, accused them of breaking the law, and had them stoned. That's what Josephus wrote in Antiquities of the Jews about James. Listen to what Hegesepis wrote. It says, Hegesepis says that when James, I went down to far. It says a legendary, highly theological martyrdom. Hegesepis claims the scribes and Pharisees took James to the pinnacle of Jerusalem, of the Jerusalem temple, and demanded he deny that Jesus is the Christ. When James instead boldly confessed Jesus, they threw him from the roof. He survived the fall, but was ultimately beaten to unalivement with a fuller's club. So we now have two different accounts of how this same guy, quote unquote, was unalive. And so clearly Hegesepis, who's writing about a James, is not talking about the same James Josephus is writing about. And how do we know this? Because Josephus tells you who the guy's brother is, Jesus, the son of Damaris. Jesus, the son of Damaris, is not Jesus Christ. And so because there's two different, this is Jewish Antiquities, book 20, chapter 9, mentions the James reference. Why is Hegesepis and Josephus given two mutually exclusive accounts of how the same person was unalive if they're talking about the same guy?
Right. No, I think valid point. And like I said, I'm gonna have to do some research on that. You just gave me some other stuff to look up. Hegesepis. So thank you for that. And again, like I'm basically, I want you to understand my point too. Like
but it gets worse. But hold up, it gets worse for you.
But can I answer that point you just made?
But before we go to that point, I want to put the nail in the coffin on the James reference. Now,
okay.
Antiquities of the Jews is written when?
I'm guessing it's like before the
later part of the first century.
Before
let's lock in with me now. This is how you know this is a telltale sign that who was called Christ wasn't there. The Jewish Antiquities is written in the 90s. Hegesepis is writing in 160, 180. He's writing at the end of the 2nd century. Hegesepis is talking about James, the brother of Jesus's martyrdom. And I'm pretty sure he knows who Josephus is, and he has looked at Josephus's works. Why isn't his account of James unalive and the same as Josephus, if they're talking about the same person? My guess is that who was called Christ wasn't there first. So when Hegesepis goes and reads Antiquities of the Jews, he sees that it's just a Jesus, and then at the bottom it says Jesus, son of Damaris. So because it probably wasn't know who was called Christ in that reference yet, he wouldn't have thought that was his Jesus. Because you even said Origen quotes Origen is quoting this and saying Josephus does not call Jesus the Christ. So, but my guess is that the Christians are saying Origen says Josephus mentions Jesus, and they're probably thinking Origen's talking about the testimonium. He's talking about the James reference. Or Origen don't know about no testimonium, so we got to let the testimonium go. But when we dealing with the James reference, that there is a Jesus being mentioned, but Origen is telling you that nigga's not called Christ, and then Hegesepis is talking about James, and he don't mention it. Hegesepis says this dude was martyred a different way. So this is why I'm telling you that's about James, the brother of Jesus, the son of Damnius. Not
And
Jesus the
I'm
Christ.
gonna,
But go
and I'm
ahead.
gonna look up that
I'm finna put it
reference
in
you
the chat.
gave me, just Hegesippus. I appreciate that.
Because I can't listen, I'm butchering the name bad as fuck, but I'm gonna put it in the chat for sure.
You're good. I probably did it worse. But and again, like I'm just trying to get the evidence. So for me as well, like I'm a Christian, so I'm believing. And I think somebody yesterday even said that we believe just blind off faith. Bible doesn't say that. It says faith is the evidence of things, or the hope for things not seen, and the evidence of things, or hope of what is it? So I'm butchering this too, but I know it's basically the evidence of things not that we hope for, the things not seen. So it actually tells us to look for evidence. And for a while, I've been trying to look for counter evidence.
Yeah. Well, you're black. We know how the black man got Christianity. We talk about that every day.
So Hegesippus, and like I appreciate you giving me that reference, but then I guess my question to you would be, why does majority of modern scholars, and even scholars back then, like I 100% agree with you that Josephus does not call him the Christ. Again, I'm not debating that at all. Most scholars say yes, that's a forgery. What's stopping them from saying Jesus was not mentioned at all, especially
lock in.
all the social evidence we have.
I got the answer. Listen, if I have the answer, and if you got like $10, you can have the answer. You need like 26. No, I swear to God, nigga, you need like $30 to get this. You need $30, bro, and you'll be locked in. So there's a guy by the name of man, I swear to God, I don't know how people don't talk about this nigga more. There's a guy by the name of David Fitzgerald. He wrote 3 fucking volumes. That's 3. It's called Jesus Mything in Action, because he came out with a book that was called Nailed: The 10 Christian Myths That Jesus Never Existed. And when he came out with that book, he had a lot. He caught a lot of slack. So he came out with a 3. He started looking into the question you just asked. And in the book is a white guy, by the way. In the book, he says, I was trying to write one and ended up with 3 books. He ended up with 3 volumes trying to talk about what you just asked me. And in his work, there are other people who have come out and said exactly what I'm about to tell you next. Okay. So what you have to understand about New Testament scholarship and all this shit is majority of New Testament scholars are Christians. That's 1. 2 is majority of New Testament scholars, Christian or not, they work at Christian schools funded with Christian money. And you have to a lot of these schools, you have to sign statements of faith, like an NDA, where you're agreeing to not publish anything that goes against church doctrine to have a job, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Right. Even shout out Dr. Taharka, because the Dr. Taharka will come up here and tell you that, your seat evaluation for your seat is held. They have evaluations for your seat, your chair and shit like that. And when they evaluate what you've done over the course of the time with these niggas with the object of Christianity, Jesus Christ. And so in Jesus Mything in Action, it's 3 books. It's 3 volumes of this shit. Bro, nigga, I'm not playing. It's 3 volumes where he's talking about the blackballing, the blackmail, niggas getting shunned, niggas losing their chairs, coercion, peer pressure. And then you have these non-Christian scholars who are entering a field dominated by Christians, dominated by the Christian funded schools, dominated by Christian money. This is a Christian enterprise. Listen, nobody who has a platform is going to take you seriously if you get on a motherfucking stage talking about Jesus Christ wasn't a real person. You got to say this nigga was real to have a seat at their table, nigga. And so because people, the scholars know that, so what they'll do is they'll say, well, there was at least a guy, but they're not a Christian. The Christianity, he wasn't the son of God type shit. That's what they'll say. And they'll make up all these different consensus about a regular degular Jesus when this nigga's story start off with a virgin birth.
Yeah.
Ain't no regular Jesus. Because who is his father? Who is his mother? Who are his brothers and sisters? Where is his if there's a regular Jesus, where is his family at? Where is his descendants? Where is his kinship at? Because a regular nigga a regular nigga, no, you gotta lock in. A regular nigga, lock in with black. A regular nigga that got brothers and sisters, a mother, father, uncles, cousins. Them people's lineage is gonna keep going. Where these niggas' families at? Y'all saying it was a G. Where is this nigga's family at, gang? Did they just stop having sex? So when you say, well, why do so many people accept that there was a G? Money. You want a job or not? Pape is on the line. P-A-P-E. Pape is on the line. What you gonna do? What would you do if your career rested on you saying this was a real person? What would you do?
No, in fact, you
all right, no. What would you do? What would you do? It's 110 mother. It's 110 other scholars who are Christian that's doing the work on this, saying he was real. You gonna be the odd man out and lose your fucking job playing? Well, no. If they say Jesus is real, then goddamn it, Jesus is real, right?
Well, that ain't worth my soul. If I know the truth,
but listen, and if you go and read Jesus' Myth and in Action, the motherfucking David Fitzgerald got the receipts of him showing you these niggas retire and then say Jesus wasn't real. Nigga, the lady, listen, lock in with me. The lady, and this just another example. The lady who is she's the authority on like Mecca and Medina and the Meccan trade.
Yep.
Don't you know? She told the guy whose lecture I was watching. She told that nigga, "I'm glad you doing this because I can't do this. I got a chair to protect." The lady who was saying there was no Mecca and Medina told the dude who's doing the lecture, "I can't do it because I got a chair to protect." This type of shit with you understand? Is you hearing what I'm saying?
100%.
This shit ain't about you. Nigga, you think they give a fuck Jesus Christ wasn't real? I got a chair to protect over here at Chapel Hill. I got a chair to protect over here at motherfucking Christian Institute, North Carolina Bible School, nigga. I can't be out here talking about Jesus Christ wasn't real. Nigga, I keep telling y'all this. I'm gonna keep saying it until somebody, hey man, fact check me. What was the first book printed in Europe? Fact check me. What was the first thing they printed when they got the printing press? What's the first thing they printed? The motherfucking Bible. What that mean? Look, listen, lock in. You ain't locking in. Lock in. Listen to me. Listen to me. These colleges, Oxford, these schools, where you think this shit come from? If the black man was a slave here, we was enslaved. We didn't build these motherfucking schools. This ain't African academia. We didn't build Oxford. We didn't build no Chapel Hill. We do not control Western academia. Well, who controls Western academia? Black atheists, right? The motherfuckers who, everybody who was the age of discovery and the doctrine of discovery and the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism, that was done by who? By what? By what group of motherfuckers? Christians. You mean to tell me who you think this Western academia and European history is based off the Bible? Why the fuck would they say Jesus Christ ain't real when they've based everybody's colonization off the? Did you stop? Because you're talking too fast and I don't feel like you hearing what I just told you. Asia, the Americas, Africa were colonized in the name of Jesus based on the motherfucking Bible, nigga.
Like you said though, I gotta go read that dude that you mentioned.
Who I say?
Who wrote the 3? Where's Jesus? I just wrote it down. Hold on.
Yeah, Jesus Myth and David Fitzgerald.
Or what do you
David Fitzgerald.
He wrote Neo. You said he wrote 2 other books.
He wrote. It's actually 10 book. It's a 10-book collection. It's called Atheist Guide to Western Religion. It's 10 books, but if you go and read Nailed and the Jesus Myth in Action, if you go and read those 4 books, if you go and read those 4, you pretty much be caught up on what I'm telling you. Because the answer to your question is in those books.
I'm gonna come back after I read them. Literally read all of them, and so I don't know how long it will take me. Maybe a week or 2. And I'll be back. And I got more questions.
It's gonna take you 7 hours. Nailed is gonna take you 7 hours. How I know? Because I read that bitch 3 times. I swear to nigga, I read it twice, and I listened to the audio book like 7. Nigga, I can't tell how many times I listened to the audio book. I'm listening to the audio book today, nigga. I'll be just listening to it. Profound chapter, nigga. Profound chapter. But the Jesus Myth in Action,
that book. To all them books, actually, I'm ignorant to all of that stuff. I gotta go do my own research, so I'm able to, have a conversation on it. But what I will say is, everything that you have shown me, or like you talked about, seems like you're logical. You're not assuming nothing. But also in that, like you've offered me a counter argument to the evidence, not actual evidence, or like you give me evidence, undeniable evidence that people are corrupt and they can corrupt passages and stuff, which I agree. But like you said, I'm ignorant, so I gotta go do more research. So I can get a better understanding, or at least get to the understanding that you're at. So I'm able to have an intelligent conversation about it. But I do appreciate it, man. Like I said, I'll be back. Just keep a lookout for me.
I got you, bro.
All right, thanks, bro.
Oh wow. Wow.
How you doing today?
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I just came to say I have proof of the Hebrews in America from William Penn's, which we all know who William Penn is, from his own words, his own writing. I just want to read something. And I'm gonna read something, and then I want to hear.
Before you read it,
okay,
because I'm really losing my voice. I just want you to be aware that the Bible tells us who the Israelites were and where they're from. It tells us.
Yeah, but
and so people from that region. Are you black?
Yes.
You think the Hebrew Israelites are black?
I think the Hebrews were black partially. Yeah, some of them were.
Now lock in with me.
Uh-huh.
Deuteronomy 26, verse 5 tells you who the father of the Israelites is, where he's from, what is his haplogroup, what's his race, what's his lineage. No.
Shem is the line.
Okay, hold up. You just listen to me.
Okay.
Because y'all read the Bible and then when it's
I read it.
Mind you, I don't have to read the Bible to show you this because there's external evidence of what I'm about to say next. But even the Bible as it is historical fiction, it does corroborate what I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
Deuteronomy 26:5 tells you that the father of Jacob is Jacob is the one that gets the name Israel from wrestling with God.
Uh-huh.
It tells you that his father was a wandering Aramaean.
Okay.
Aramaean people are not black, they're not African, they're not of the same haplogroup as our people.
I just want to read something.
Before you read it, I just want you to understand who the Israelites are and where their father is from.
Okay.
Isaac, I'm sorry, my bad. It tells you where their father is from. I want you to be aware of that. It tells you where their line is from. Even the Bible tells you that it says to bury them in the land of Canaan. That's what the Bible says. Go bury Jacob where his father is from. It didn't say bury Jacob in Egypt, Sub-Saharan. It told to bury that nigga where his father is from in the land of Canaan.
Okay, so I gotta ask you a question.
Go ahead. Tell me. Go ahead and read what you're about to read.
No, I'm not gonna read. I'm not gonna read that yet. But didn't at the end, Israel were scattered, right? And they were scattered into where? Africa, right? So they might have started as airmen, right? If a people leave scattered and they start to interbreed, right, with the other people, right? When they interbreed with them other people, what is going to happen to then happens as the Aramaean blood is slowly diluted out. Because the more and more it's not a pure Aramaean, the less of the Aramaean genome that's going to be there. Is that not right? So the more pure like Africans, and you know how it goes. It thins out. The more it goes. Let's say when they go get scattered into Africa, some of those Africans are taken back over here. Right? They're taken from. I showed you where Nigeria was. They called it Negro land and all of that. I showed you that. Right? Nigeria was called Wuda. You try to say is a mistranslation, but it wasn't. Showed you where it was Wuda or Judah. But now I have found proof of William Penn. He wrote a letter talking about what he seen when he came over to America in 1683. He wrote a letter to the Free Society of Traders, said that the Native Americans that he encountered are the descendants of 10 lost tribes of Israel. So this is what he said they look like. He noted their physical features resemble Jewish people. He knew in London writing their eyes are little and black and not unlike a straight jaw. Oh, I ain't got the whole thing. Hold on. I'm going to come right back. I got to scroll it down. I'm back. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. The natives, for their person, they are generally tall, slight, well-built, of singular proportion. They tread strong and cleverly, and most walkly, with lofty chin of complexion, black, but by design as the gypsies in England. So what color were those people? If he himself said that these people are descendants from the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Who would those people be? Who would those people be? If they're descendants from the 10 lost tribes, who would you then be? I get it. I'll wait.
You know this guy was a slave owner, right?
And that makes it he's a slave owner, right? So what reason does he have to lie?
Yeah. So
what reason? Okay, so what reason would a slave owner have to lie about these people being Hebrew? What reason?
It's not so much as lying as it is a misunderstanding or basically trying to romanticize these people who are not Jews to a Eurocentric understanding of what
you said William Penn, you said he was a slave owner, right?
Yes, but you got to understand that his assessment of these black and these Caribbean people is not an authority on who those black and the Caribbean and indigenous people are.
Okay, so
because some white man from Europe said that their practices resemble those of the Jewish community, therefore you're going to say that they're Jews? Is that what you're doing? Because what I'm hearing is him saying that what?
He himself said, these I may have found the lost 10 tribes of Israel.
Now, why do you think he would say that?
Why wouldn't he?
So what you have to understand about the Renaissance and the Reformation period, which is right when this is happening. During the Renaissance,
wouldn't they paint these people white? Wouldn't he have said these people were white?
I'm about to explain why. During the Renaissance and the Reformation, the white Europeans, they began to make up false history and chronologies of people that did not make them of themselves, and they reduced, like I was telling the other guy earlier, they reduced the Americas, Asia, and Africa. They reduced people of those lands to kinship out the Bible. They reduced everyone to a biblical line during this period.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they did that is because in our case, they reduced us to descendants of Ham so that they could justify us being destined for servitude. That's what they did. And they attached one of those lineages to each group of people. And so when you get this, by the time you get this William Penn dude, he's a European slave owner who has a Eurocentric understanding of these people groups who have already been reduced to characters in the Bible, to being descendants, because we're not descendants of Ham, we predate Ham, but the Europeans said we are descendants of Ham. And so this man, what the restriction is for? I ain't saying shit. I ain't saying shit. Well, it's all right, but they reduced us to biblical characters, which is what he's doing, which is what you're doing. But this is incorrect, because if you're going to say people from the Levant, migrated and race mixed with people from Africa. If that's what you're going to say, I'm going to ask you like I asked the last guy that said that. Who were we? Well, remember now, the haplogroups of the Africans predates that of these Semitic people, these Middle Eastern people. So if we're older than them, and they would have been scattered and migrated and procreated with us, who were we before they came into these lands? Who were we?
Well, I guess we wasn't of the father. We was in somebody else's flock.
This nigga said we weren't of the lock in, brother. Use your common sense. If the if the sub-Saharan African and the North African and the East African and the West African predates the Israelite Jewish man, we predate them. If some of them get scattered and they race mix with us, who were we before we race mixed with them? Who were we? If that's what you're saying.
You see, you keep trying to say that the
lock
people
in.
I'm locking in. I'm locked in.
I'll just tell you.
Hold on. I'm locked in. But you're trying to put who you think those people were.
I just see. That's why I started this conversation out because I knew we was gonna hit this fork in the road. I knew we was gonna get here, and I started off by telling you who they are, who their progenitor is, who their patriarch is, and where they're from. That's why I started off by telling you that. So when we reached this point, we was on the same page.
And I'm trying to say that they're not the same. There's
Deuteronomy 26 verse 5 tells you that Abraham was a wandering Aramean.
That's Abraham. Okay, that's how it started, right? Did Abraham not have children? Did Abraham?
If a Semitic Aramean Palestinian Syrian man has a child, what race is that person gonna be?
It depends on who he has the child with. It's going to be Airman and whoever, or Airman. If it's a Airman and Airman, it's going to be Airman. If it's Airman and African, it's Airman and African. If it's Airman and European, it's Airman and European. And then if that child goes on and have a child with let's say another European, is going to be more European than it is Airman. And then if that child have another child with a child that's European, is going to be more European. You're just proving my point.
And so you're telling me that mind you, we're older than Abraham, older than Isaac, older than Noah, older than Adam and Eve. We predate every story they wrote down in that Bible by thousands of years. You are now saying that we are descendants of the characters they made up during their exile. That's what you're telling me.
Who says they're made up? If William Penn, right?
Do you have $16? Do you have 16?
I do.
Okay. There's an archaeologist who wrote a book. Right? He wrote a book about these people. He went over there, him and his team went in the ground, dug up, tried to find this shit. He couldn't find it. He wrote a book. I'm gonna give you the book. His name is Israel Finkelstein. He wrote a book called The Bible Unearthed. And in his book, he's going to give you everything you need to know about these people that never existed, all made up.
And can I give you a book to read?
Go ahead.
It's, oh my God, hold on, give me a second. It's something to Timbuktu. Hold on, I got to pull it up.
I knew you was about to say. I wish I would have said it because I knew you was about to say that.
Yeah. I can't think of the first name, but it's something to Timbuktu.
We know
that's what I can say. Is that not more proof? Right there?
Have you actually read that book?
Yes, I've read it, and it goes.
And what does that book? What you tell me what that book says?
It says that the people that are claiming to be aren't, and they're from the tent of Khazar that housed with the real. That's all I'm gonna say.
Now I will say,
that's all I'm saying. And then what is
listen, there are people who are of the J-Dub community who are not the originals. I will give you that. There are people of that ethno religion and culture who are not the original, 100%. With that being said, we can deduce who the originals are. It's not black. They're not black.
I never said we were the originals. I said we are. We are. Even if we weren't the originals, I don't have to be the original.
Have you done a DNA test, and does it trace you back to Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Chaldean, yes or no?
No, I haven't done that.
When are you gonna do it?
When will I do one?
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't want to send in my DNA, but I don't trust the government like that. But I do know that I am native to this land. And if William Penn came here and found that they were the so-called Native Americans here were descendants from the Lost 10, I am. Whoever that pilot lady is, I am. My family owns the plantation that we were, what's the name on? My great-great-great-grandfather, Neptune Cunningham, paid for it himself.
Black people who were abducted and trafficked across the Atlantic over here. I know that you read Deuteronomy 28 and you see the slave ship or they talk about the ship and you just lose your fucking mind. That's not about us either.
No, that's not what else. Did you read the rest of the curses?
We're not these people.
Did you read the rest of the curses? So can you do a quick Google search, right? Can you do a quick Google search? I just want you to type in the Eagle City. When it refers to Deuteronomy, when it says the Eagle City. When it says the Eagle City.
Sir.
I'm just asking a question.
When you read those curses, you must start at verse 15. Verse 15 sets the stage for if you don't start at verse 15, you're not going to know who the curses are addressing.
Okay.
Verse 15 is setting it's basically saying if you disobey God, this is what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Religious and cultural anthropology will show you that nowhere on the continent of Africa did we worship the God of the Bible prior to them bringing it to us. Therefore, the curses in that book cannot be about us because we would not have had the opportunity to disobey a God we never heard about.
So was William Penn so I'm gonna bring it back real quick. Was William Penn? You said he was a slave
holder,
right?
A slave owner. Yes.
Okay. So as a slave owner,
a racist white man who had a Eurocentric view,
and I understand that. That's not what I'm now talking about. His race, all of that part right now.
But he's brought up during a time. No, you gotta stop.
Lock in with me. Lock in with me. He's a slave owner, right? Mm-hmm. So that means he know, and I know it's gonna sound bad and horrible, but he knows his black person. He knows the difference, right? He would know the difference as a slave owner because he has to inspect the slave and know the slave, right? He would know the difference between a Hebrew, an Indian, whatever, right? Because he's a slave owner and he would have to inspect that slave. Right, or am I right or wrong? Would he not know the difference between a black person, right, an African, and a Hebrew person? Would he not know the difference? If we're from Africa, right, and these people and the people that he described are the same, everything is the same people in Africa, and he called them what? The Lost 10 Tribes, right? Why wouldn't he just say, oh, there are Africans over here? He's been to Africa, right? He knows the difference. Yeah,
let's see if you were paying attention. What did I tell you what did I tell you Europeans did during the Reformation and the Renaissance? What did they do to us?
You said oh my God, you said they basically put us on a pedestal. That's what you're trying to say.
Nigga. That's not what I said.
Okay, so the take note said because they were natives, right? So if they were natives to America, and he called the people Hebrews, because that's what I'm just replying to what he said. He called the people Hebrews, and they were native to America. What would that mean that the Native Americans are? If these are their descendants are called Native Americans? If he said these are the descendants, these descendants that we call Native Americans are from the lost 10 tribes, what would that mean those Native Americans that was in America are called?
What was going on during the 1600s? You tell me.
Oh my God. It was colonization, right? America was being colonized.
Transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, so again, you prove my point. He will know the difference between a African, right? If slavery is going on and he's been to Africa and he's seen it African, right?
Hey, listen, lock in. Indigenous people and sub-Saharan African people are not mentioned in those 10, 12 tribes. The people who wrote this Bible, they did not know who we were before the age of discovery.
So William Penn is a liar.
Yes. Because indigenous people to the Caribbeans and to the Americas and all of these things.
What reason does he have to lie?
I'm about to tell you. The people from the Caribbeans and the Americas were not mentioned as the lost 10, 12 tribes.
They're from the line of Shem.
If you don't shut up and listen, the indigenous people to the Caribbeans, the Americas, and the African people, sub-Saharan African people who were brought over on ship, were not mentioned in these the table of nations, because the people who wrote that shit down did not know we existed before the age of discovery, before explore. I'm not even gonna call it that. Before colonialism, they didn't know those people existed. I was about to say the age of exploration, but they wasn't exploring; they was colonizing. If you're gonna look at the table of nations, they did not know who we were before colonialism, before the age of discovery.
Does that
they didn't
not
know who we were?
That does that not?
So
make
if a European man during the Reformation, during the transatlantic slave trade, reduces a person from the Caribbean, the Americas, Africans to, if he reduces us to the 10 lost tribes, he is performing an act of cultural annihilation. Colonialism. That's colonialism, to reduce a people to a book that had nothing to do with them. That is by definition colonization.
So you're saying that these people, right? These same people who knew.
I'm gonna say it slow one more time, and if you don't lock in, I'm gonna drop you.
I get what you're saying,
during the Renaissance,
Yes.
the Renaissance and the Protestant Reformation, the white European racist Christians, Jews, whatever, they reduced non-Christians to people out the Bible to justify colonialism. Because in the Bible, there are different groups of people who are destined for slavery by Yahweh, according to Israel.
Okay.
So what they did was they made up false chronologies and false histories and false genealogies of these people that they are colonizing to justify it. And so when you look at the table of nations, it can only be referencing people that the people that was writing that book knew about. Prior to the age of discovery, they did not know who the fuck we were because we were not mentioned in the book. They don't know who we are. Sub-Saharan Africans, indigenous people to the Americas, Caribbean, they didn't know who we are. We were because they hadn't explored that far yet. When they finally found who we are, Then they reduced these people to these lost 10 tribes.
Whoa.
By definition, is colonialism.
So you're saying that before Christianity, the age of discovery. So you're saying Rome, when they invaded Africa, they didn't know who they was. When the Greeks invaded Africans, they knew who they were invading.
When was the Torah and the Pentateuch written down and put together? When was it written down and put together?
What I'm talking about is after that.
No, don't fucking move. You're talking about after they wrote the shit down. When they wrote it down, they did not know we existed. In BC times, nigga, wasn't no Israelites in no fucking sub-Saharan Africa, the Americas, or the Caribbean. So when they're writing their 12 nations, see what's happening right now is you're doing what the colonizer did, where you take people groups and try to fit them into these biblical characters to explain them. You're trying to force people into a history and a chronology that is not theirs. That is colonization. You cannot do that. So the Bible, the Bible is not a history book for the world. It is.
I know.
Okay, so
it's for a specific group.
Stop, right? Don't move. Stop right there. So if the Bible is a history book for a specific group of people, and they're writing this history based on their experience, their point of view, their propaganda, why would you, as a man who is a descendant of the groups that predate them, why would you say why would you reduce yourself to their genealogy that they made up from their perspective to write themselves into history where they did not exist? Why would you do that?
Why would I? Because
why would you? Because
you
know what?
I know that there's two lines of blacks from the Bible. It's the African line from Ham, and then it's the line of Shem.
I swear to God, if y'all please, somebody go and fact check me right now. What did the white European Christians do with the curse of Ham during the Renaissance? What did they do? Go and look it up right now, and then come back and tell me this nigga is not doing that same shit. We are not descendants of Ham.
I know we're not. We're Shem. That's what I'm saying. We're Shem. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm back. But yeah, we're from the line of Shem. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Cain had a curse, the 10 of fields. That was his punishment, right? That was Cain's punishment. In the Bible, that was Cain's punishment, right? So how can he? He will trick us, right? You just said they will trick us to bear the mark of Cain. Cain comes from the line of Ham. So they will trick us into thinking that means they will trick us into thinking we're African when we're really Hebrew. If Ham is the line that's supposed to be in slavery, right? They will tell us, yes, you're from the line of Ham. Yes, you're from this line. Don't look over here where you're supposed to be looking. Look over here. Yes, you're from the line of Ham. So they will tell you, hey, you're Ham, because Ham is supposed to be what? You just said it yourself. Ham is supposed to tend the field and be a slave. So what line would they tell you that you're then from? They wouldn't say that you were the Hebrews, right? A slave master wouldn't tell you that you're a Hebrew. A slave master would tell you that you're Ham. So he would have called them African, wouldn't he? You just said it yourself. He's a slave master. So he knows the difference. So if he wanted them to be slaves, right? He would have called them Ham. The same color, same skin tone, same thing as the people in Africa. The people that they got us thinking that who we are. Because what is Ham supposed to do and what is Ham supposed to be? So he's not going to say, yeah, you are Hebrew. He's not going to tell you that. But right here, the same slave master called these people what? Hebrews. So he knows the difference. He knows the difference. That's all I'm saying.
And who are the descendants of Shem in the Bible?
I don't need to know all of them. I just need to know who we are. I don't need to know all of them. I just need to know that we are. Why does that matter? Does it matter?
You said that we're descendants of Shem. Who are Shem's descendants in the Bible?
I don't have to know that just to know that we are the line. That's all I needed. Once I found my proof, I got to ask you a question. Mm-hmm. When you find your proof, do you go beyond that? Do you go beyond the reason? Oh, let me keep going. No, you find your proof and you go, right?
Who are the descendants of Shem in the Bible?
I just told you.
Who?
We are. I don't have to tell you their names. The eyes of Jacob. What you want? Do you want that? That's what you're talking about? His kids? Jacob? That's what you want? Are you talking about that way? Or are you talking about the people that?
Let's look it up. Let's look it up. You and me. Let's look it up together. Let's try to find out. I want you to look up who are the descendants of Shem in the Bible. I want you to look it up and I want you to come back and tell me what it says. Go ahead.
All right.
I want you to look it up. He gonna run when he look it up.
And you just further prove my point.
Who does the Bible says the descendants of Shem are?
They don't call us that. They don't say black people.
Yeah, okay. You're not.
Are you talking about the sons, his names? Oh, I can tell you their names.
Oh no, you're not answering the question.
So,
I've already given you the external account of history of what's going on with Ham and why they say we're descendants of Ham. Why they did that. I broke down why they did that. You said we're descendants of Shem. I want you to go and tell me. I asked you to go and look at who they said the descendants of Shem are. Who are they?
Okay.
So who are they?
We are in there. The history that they're given, we aren't in their history. No, we're not.
The history that the Bible is given is not us.
No, the history that this is saying is not us.
The history is what is saying is not us.
The history that the Bible, that whoever changed it said. The same way in the KJV was changed. So whoever changed it said it. What else? If I got to ask you, and this is this is the question.
So now they changed the Bible, is what you tell me.
They
changed the whole genealogies so that we would not be identified as Shem. That's what you're telling
me. Didn't they?
Why are you asking me? I'm asking you. I'm gonna tell you what just happened. I'm gonna tell y'all what just happened when he get done. I'm gonna tell you exactly what he just did. He just went and looked at who the descendants of Shem are, and when you look it up, it tells you exactly who they are, who I said they were in the first place. And so what's happening is now he has to rationalize why it doesn't say what he thought it was supposed to say. Because according to this guy, we're not descendants of Ham, because Ham is supposed to till the field. We're descendants of Shem. So now we have to, which is what I tried to. No, absolutely the fuck not. No, you did not just do that. No, you did not just do that. No, you did not. No. Oh, ain't no fun when this motherfucking rabbit got this gun. No, he did not just do that. After putting me through that fucking misery. No, you did not just run. No fucking way, bro. No. I just sat through that to get to the bottom. For once and for all, let's get to the bottom of this right here. We not Ham, we really Shem. Who is Shem? He seen you seen them Arab, them Arab. You don't like that. You seen them Arab, them Saracens, them Assyrians, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Mesopotamia, Chaldean, Aramaean, Canaanite. That's what he saw. Because the ancestor of the Arab is the ancestor of the Israelite, is the ancestor of all them niggas. Mind you, the white man that he's quoting said that the Caribbeans and the indigenous people are a part of the lost 10 tribes. Yeah. Yeah. You're quoting a colonizer that's calling you a motherfucker that's destined to till the field, gang. What the fuck is happening? No, black man, everybody that's black want to be Hebrews until you now you gotta read the fucking Bible to see who the Hebrews are, and now nobody want to read the motherfucker. Now all of a sudden, it ain't in there. Oh, well, they changed it. They changed the what? What? What did they change? That nigga, man, ran. What? What you running for? Fact check, man. Listen, fact check me. Fact check me. Ask your AI, ask your Google, go find a book. What did the white European Christians do during the Renaissance and the Reformation to justify what they was doing? What did they do? Look up the Great Chain of Being and what the European Christians did with that. No, nigga don't know about that Great Chain of Being. They don't know about that. Talking about Ham. Go look at what the Christians did to the Panare Indians. That's what they did to us. They told them Panare Indians that they killed Jesus. And them niggas believed it. And here come you black niggas talking about you descendant of Shem and what Drake say? They don't say that in the Bible. They don't say that in the Bible. Don't say that in the Bible. Black people should not be Christians, Muslims, or Hebrew Israelites. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Y'all, we almost had 100 episodes. Y'all know what's happening. Y'all know how this shit work. I know my church just sat back like, look at this nigga. He don't even know what he get. You don't know what he matched with. This ain't that. What's up, Lord?
Hey, I want to say something because when you're talking about these haplogroups, haplogroup J falls about in the middle of the timeline of the age of major haplogroups. The youngest one being R, which is, descended from the rest of them. But J is not nearly as old. They labeled them like alphabets. It's not nearly as old as haplogroup E, right? It's old, but it's not nearly as old as haplogroup E. It's just not, right? We know that by DNA sequencing, by the timeline, it's not nearly as old as haplogroup E. So there is no way that these haplogroups that someone from a J haplogroup could be the origin, the progenitor of someone in a E haplogroup. The other way around, maybe, but not. There's no way that a J haplogroup, because it doesn't go backward, it goes forward. Right? There's no way that we could be descended from people in the J haplogroup because we were here thousands of years before them.
Can you do me? Can you tell the people who the descendants of Shem? Can you tell them who that is? If you don't mind, tell them who that is, because I didn't get it from him, but I need somebody else to say it. That's not me. So it's like, well, it's not. It's somebody else that corroborate what I'm. Just look it up for him, Loris, and see what pop up. Because
they are Semitic people. They're Semitic. They're Hebrews, Arabs, Assyrians. They're Babylonians. They are not us.
He said they changed the Bible.
Listen. This is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is shit doesn't go backwards. Right? It does not go backwards. It only goes forward. Sometimes, you might, it may seem to go backwards, but it doesn't. Lineage definitely does not go backwards, right? There is no way that Black people could be descended from Assyrians and Babylonians, and there's no way. There is no way that, like, we have disproved that. We can disprove that biologically. We can disprove that in a real fucking way, right? We can prove where all of this comes from. We can disprove the thoughts that y'all have about this in a real, tangible way, right? It's no... Like, I don't even know why we fighting about this, about where we come from, except for the fact that you want to believe what's in this book. That's the only reason why you would fight about this, because we can literally prove when these haplogroups came into existence and what they branched off into. We can prove that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know why, right? Because y'all feel like y'all don't belong anywhere. But the fuck, why would you want to belong to this? When motherfuckers been stealing from Africa since the duration. I don't know why you must be something special, bitch. They won't leave us alone. I don't know what the fuck you want to be a Assyrian for. Or Babylonian, they don't even exist anymore.
It gets worse. In a way, I have to apologize to the Europeans. Just a little bit, just a small apology, because they actually are not the ones that started the curse of Ham and the black people. They didn't start it. They didn't start
Wasn't it a black man?
No, it was the Arabs started it. There's a book that I got in the bibliography that it just came in my head what I read. If you go listen, Kindle got a 3-month free subscription. You can go read this book right now. It's called Arab Muslim Black Slave Trade. In this book, the author lists the racist Arab scholars during the medieval period. During the medieval period, y'all know what's happening. The Arab slave trade. Okay. During this period, it's like the Arab scholars begin to come out with these racist chronicles and literature about black people. So then, as we modulate the European, remember, the transatlantic slave trade is not something, it's just they take over. They just simply come in and take over from the Muslims or the Arabs at that time. We won't know Islam in the 700s, but that's a conversation, but whatever. These motherfuckers started reducing us to ham and slavery before the white people reduced the race. Like, they reduced the race to slavery before the European Christians had their slave trade. They did it first. So I'm gonna start. Gotta ease up off the European just a little bit, because they definitely crystallized it. But those Arabs really got the ball rolling. Chapter 2 of Arab Muslim Black Slave Trade, literally the second chapter is titled "The First Racists." People talk about the Arab slave trade. Oh, it was just about it was based on religion, not race. Bullshit. How you know it's bullshit is this right here. I'm finna say some shit. I know this some shit ain't nobody ever said what I'm about to say next. How I know it was race and not religion is because those Arab armies that emerge and go and attack the Byzantine Empire, based on my research, those are Monophysite Christians. What religion did the North Africans practice at this? The North Africans were Monophysite Christians too. How do I know this? Go back to the Council of Chalcedon. Go back to who did not accept the Council of Chalcedon? The Coptic Church, Ethiopian Church, Syria, Asia Minor. Syria, Asia Minor, Coptic Church, Ethiopian Church did not accept the Council of Chalcedon.
And what is that? And when was this?
Which one?
When was the Council of Chalcedon?
That's 451.
Okay, now in 500 AD, the Babylonian Talmud added that the children of Ham were cursed with black skin. In 500 AD, the Babylonians, you say 451, in 500 AD, the Babylonian Talmud started adding that the Ham's children were cursed with black skin.
I ain't even know that.
Yes. Hold on. Let me get
They ain't know that. It was what I pulled up.
There's an article called Race Making and the Curse of Ham. Race Making and the Myth of Ham. That's the name of it. Race Making and the Myth of Ham. And because it doesn't say anything about their dark skin initially. Hold on. Making and Myth of Ham.
Yeah, it's about to get dark, man. It's a long way down from the top, y'all.
It says Canaan's associations with blackness with Africa and nations and racial categories do not exist in the Bible's telling of the story. The initial connections with race and the categorization of people by race comes from retellings and manipulations of the story in the Talmud, medieval Islamic scholarship, and early history text. In the Babylonian Talmud, a collection of rabbinic writings that date back to the 6th century, racial distinctions are clearly evident with respect to the sons of Noah. In the rabbinic debates of the 2nd and 5th centuries, early scholars were trying to develop an understanding of the peoples of the earth and the world around them. They used the only framework they had and knew, the Bible, attempting to classify people who didn't fit the Semitic image of themselves, in particular Black people. They rationalized this difference as being the result of the curse. Yaakov ben Yitzhak Ashkenazi, from 1550 to 1628, an expert in rabbinic literature, wrote, as translated by Paul Isaac Hirschhorn, Noah said to Ham, "Thy children shall be dark and black. These are the Ethiopians and the Negroes, which have descended from Ham on the account of the curse." In some translations of the Babylonian Talmud, there is an association or a conflation that Ham was blamed for, his father Noah, not just seeing him naked. So in some things of in some Babylonian Talmudic tellings, they also blame Ham for castrating his father, not just showing him naked. There are many different versions of the myth with many different implications about what Ham did to Noah upon seeing him naked, from castration and mockery to grape and schmincest. Regardless of the interpretation, the ends are the same. Ham is no bystander. He is an agent of sin. Compared to the biblical version, this is a radical revision. So the Talmud, right, is really where the Babylonian Talmud is really where they started writing this stuff down.
And so, if we modulate just a little bit,
which also lets you know, right, that these same people who you think are Shem, right, the Babylonians, they knew they weren't black. They knew they were not black because they calling y'all black. They ain't talking about themselves. These Shemites are not talking about themselves. They talking about the Hamites. They ain't calling themselves black. They talking about you.
I'm gonna have to clip this, Lord. I ain't gonna hold you. See how that happened?
They not calling themselves black. Now you talking about you a Shemite. The Babylonians said, no, you're not, because that's Ham kids. That's black, not us. That's Hamuel and them kids. Not Shemuel. That's Hamuel kids over there, black.
And so, as we progress, the Islamic scholars, if you go and read that book, Arab Muslim, Black Slave Trade, you read the 2nd chapter, the Islamic writers and chroniclers did the exact same thing. And so, remember, because if you go and read The Great Arab Conquest, go read that book, The Great Arab Conquest. It talks about the WARs when they come in and they're taking over North Africa. Remember what I told you, the people who are not making this connection that I'm making, they have not looked into Byzantine history. Because when you look at the ecumenical councils, who wouldn't have accepted them, who didn't agree and all that shit, lock in now. Lock in. Where was Arius from? Alexandria, North Africa. Where was Nestorius from? North Africa. Where was Eutyches from? These people that did not accept Nicaea, Ephesus, Chalcedon, this is the Monophysite, or what is called Monophysite. These are the African churches did not accept this. Asia Minor, Ethiopia, Egypt, Syria did not accept the Council of Chalcedon. So North Africa's, they call it Miaphysite now. North Africa were Monophysites. So when those Arab armies, who are also Monophysite Christians, because of who? Because when Jacob Bardaeus is sent by Theodora, commissioned by Harinth ibn Gabala to spread Monophysite Christianity to the Arabs, they're Monophysites too.
And during that time, who made his way over to Ethiopia? Little Mr. Abagarima walked his way over. But and let me tell you something. This is why this is how you know when people say Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible. Well, if he didn't get there till the 400s, how could he have translated the Garima Gospels before then? Because they say he didn't go there until they were being persecuted after the Council of Chalcedon.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gotta pay attention, bro. Y'all got to pay attention to what y'all got to pick up what these motherfuckers putting down. They confusing y'all about this because it's a control tactic. How did that nigga get there in the 300s? He didn't get there till 100 years.
So when I look, you want to know what's crazy? If you look at the Ghassanids, their king, their conversion to Christianity is exactly what Ethiopia's was. Where like the king who is trying to do business, because remember the Ghassanids were paid by the Roman Empire.
Right.
So Ethiopia was trying to do business with Rome, so the king adopted the religion. The king of the Ghassanids asked Rome to go and send somebody. Is y'all hearing what I'm saying?
Exactly. And if you married with a wife and 3 kids, right? And I'm and you the head of your household, and I'm the literal head of your household, and I'm trying to sell something, I ain't gonna come sell it to your wife and your 3 kids. I'm gonna sell it to you, and you gonna make them buy it. They're gonna be all in. It's so much easier to convert the people at the top, and then they can just rain down hellfire on everybody until they convert.
And so I swear to God, I'm not. Those Arab armies, it's no other expert, because if there was no Mecca, no Medina, the Hadiths, the Sirah, the Sahaba, the Tafsir, all this shit is late. And we don't got nobody talking about no Muhammad, but they're talking about the Mahmed, which is another title for the beloved or the anointed one. Those Arab armies would have had to been Christians. And so we have Monophysite Christians going to North Africa to conquer other Monophysite, because the church of the Coptic church If you look it up right now, it's gonna tell you the Ethiopian church is Miaphysite. It's gonna say Miaphysite today. That's just another word. The extreme term is monophysite. They don't use that term no more, but that's what they were. North Africa was monophysites too. You have Arab monophysites going and conquering other monophysite Christians based on what? They had to justify it somehow, and I'm saying they initially it started off as them taking over the Byzantine Empire because this who's been persecuting them and didn't pay them their money. Started off like that, but then as time progressed and they actually win because they in 698 is when was the fall of Carthage, North Africa. So they actually defeated the Roman Empire. Well, you got to justify all this shit you about to do somehow. Same way Babylonian Talmud, same way the European Christians during the Renaissance. You gotta justify. You can't just colonize motherfuckers you gotta justify it somehow.
So what you have to do is make the king think he won because of the God, right? And then what he'll start doing is changing his coins. He'll start changing his speech, right? And you can see that when the king of Axum started doing it on his steles. You can see it when he stopped thanking his gods and started thanking theirs.
I'm assuming because when you read about like early on, they talk about how some of these Arabs would have fled with the Ethiopia and all that. Even though ain't no evidence for that. They're saying these early Muslims fled and went to Ethiopia and shit like that. Wasn't no Muslims. But see, Ethiopia would have been the same religion as the Arabs that would, like, if there are Arabs fleeing persecution to go to Ethiopia, they would have been the same religion. All these people is Christians. Man, look. Yeah. But what Lord just told y'all set the stage for what the Arabs did, set the stage for what the Christians did. What she just read to you about how they used that Babylonian Talmud and started making these false assertions about us. The Arabs did it, Europeans did it. So now in 2026, as we modulate all the way back to William Penn in the 17th century, who's saying these niggas look like the lost tribe. What is that called, church? It's called fucking colonialism. And then as we progress, now you got niggas in 2026 saying that they're descendants of Shem. And Shem is the motherfuckers that told you. All right. Shem is the one that, or the descendants of Shem are the ones that wrote the Talmud and said we were descendants of Ham, thus desolate for servitude.
Right. But you believe, now he said, well, we ain't descendants of Ham. We're descendants of Shem, not according to the descendants of Shem. You black ass, y'all descendants of Ham.
You wanna know what's crazy, Lords?
What's up?
The black Hebrew Israelites, they want to be the enslaver. They want to be Shem. They want to be. But you ain't. You ain't, nigga. I'm going to go back and watch that live when Bash was up and he was talking about what those ships was actually about when they went back. I gotta write that down. That's gonna be the nail. That is the nail in the coffin on all this shit that they talking about.
Yes, listen. We can trace this shit historically, right? We can literally trace this historically. This is not some pie in the sky shit. Like, y'all, the only thing you can't prove historically is that these God figures existed. These characters existed. That's the only thing y'all can't prove. They exist in your mind because somebody took over y'all mind.
Well, we've hit the mark. I can't wait to watch this. I gotta watch this back. This is a good one. I like I like this topic. I like it. It's fun. Black people should not be. It's gonna always be the bread and butter, but this is definitely gonna be one of them ones. We're gonna have to. I can't wait to get some Muslims in that really know their stuff, so that we can like fact check, see what's happening for real. Because I know, listen, I got shit, bro. I got shit out here. And this little notebook, I'm finna just keep studying and keep trying to see and keep adding to it. It's gonna get bad. I'm telling y'all, it's about to get bad. It's gonna be a bloodbath. They're done, but yeah, it's 4-hour mark.
Speaking of Bash, did you see him last night?
No, I fell asleep.
Listen, you can't. They already put the clip of him up on AGT's YouTube page,
For real?
so you can go watch him on YouTube. Yes, that shit was so good.
I can only imagine. I know it was.
That shit was so good. It was so good. He was the last person. So don't try and go watch the 2-hour show I did. I watched it.
You was the whole
He
thing?
was on live. Yes, he was the last person. But America's Got Talent's YouTube channel put the clip of his performance up.
Yeah. I see it now. Yep. Oh, yeah, there you go right here. Damn.
I'm telling you, it's so good.
Nah, that's cold. I like that.
Thank you.
Okay, I like that.
It's so good.
I'm gonna have to watch that. I like that.
Pinch should say it's on their TikTok page too.
I got it pulled up on it's on for sure. If you go to that YouTube channel, it's actually posted 18 hours ago. Pink Beard. Live. I'm gonna have to go watch it. But then, all right, y'all. Let bar get down. YouTube. This was episode 1 of Never Existed. Cool, little smooth, little, you know what I'm saying? 1-2 punch. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it going. I appreciate it. If somebody got something they think would help add to this thing that maybe I don't know nothing about, feel free to send it to me. Books or whatever recommendations I gotta read. So I appreciate y'all over on the YouTube channel. Hit the thumbs